If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
How do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to redefine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instinct, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, opinions how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen in the chat. Welcome to everyone that has wandered their way in tonight. It's going to be great. Yes, the music is banging. If any of you guys want especially the last song, the I Don't Give a Fuck song, that is by Dev. That's D-E-V, Lev, E-L-E-V. You can go download that. If you do a quick search on the internet, you'll find it. And it's a great song. You can just rock out to that in your car, and people will look at you like you're an alien, and it'll be cool. It's a chill stream tonight, so we're going to have various guests up. Just so everyone knows, the way that I don't understand I don't understand how we got jacked up last night. I've been trying to figure out what happened. But the way it works here, and I know that I don't do things like other creators, and I know that it's a hassle for everyone except me. But the way it works is I have 4, maybe 6 people up at a time. We never have 10, 9, 12. I did once or twice. It was too bad. It was horrible. People talked over each other. It was really terrible. So I don't do it. I like to have conversations and discussions. Drama channels are that way. And you can go find them yourself. So if you want that, if you want to have actual like discussion and some discourse and that sort of thing, that'll be great. I expect Mr. Lawrence to wander by any time now, because if you have not heard, the Thorpes have canceled. Now, we're not really sure why they canceled. My understanding is it probably has something to do with a breakdown of their vehicle. I believe they had to have it towed to a repair center, and since most, if not all, of their equipment is in the vehicle, I'm not really sure what their situation is. I don't know, and I really don't. I really don't care. Um, but I expect Glenn to wander along anytime now, and we'll talk. Um, yeah, I think Joe is a little ill, and he's under the weather. He's been under the weather for a few days. You don't know the great Joe Mobley, um, who's a man among men. He's been under the weather. His kids came home with something from wherever. They were sick, and his wife was sick. And then, despite his most valiant efforts, he is now sick. Is what it is. Um, so yeah, we are going to have a great show tonight. Last night was a great show. Um, there were some high moments and some low moments. It seemed like that we just had a really interesting, we had a really interesting time with how people were getting a hold of the link to come up on the show. Be aware that if I don't like you, I'm not letting you up. If I don't think you're going to add anything to the conversation, I'm not letting you up. And that's just the way it is. Arthur Daya, you are welcome to come up if you would like. That would be great. You can do that. And I apologize, guys. I got a bunch of messages today that I've just kind of glossed over. And but yeah, so we've got a lot of I think that's an automatic W for Glenn that the Thorpes didn't show up. I actually, I don't know. I mean, I feel bad for Glenn because he put a lot of work into prepping, and he put a lot of time into it. I don't know how many hours I've spent on the phone with him last couple of days, and he did a really great job of getting ready for it. I think he had a really, and he was really tuned in, tuned up, turned on, ready to go, and they canceled. I feel bad for the guy. It is what it is. So yeah, the segment last night was actually turned into a short Arthur Die. You can find that in the channel videos. It's actually really, really great. I really like it. It was the great John Mosman did that for me, and he did an exceptional job. So yeah, it's really good. And that look, the thing is that when people tell me they lean leftist, I take that with a grain of salt, but I at least try to reel them into our side. You know what I mean? Like it should be really good. So yeah. We Yeah, nobody wants to see Joe with tissues hanging out of places. That's just wrong. All right. Um Yeah. So I've sent out a few links. Again, guys, we normally don't have more than usually I try and limit it around 4, but we can have 5 or 6 up. If you guys have something you'd like to talk about, as people are still kind of coming in, I know there's a lot going on tonight. I know Torsia had, I don't know if she's wrapped up or not. She was on a review of the debate between Jordan Peterson and the astrology guy. I think the astrology guy made some really good arguments, but in the end, I think Peterson, just the way he delivers the information, is just easier to believe him. Yeah, disinfect the chat. That's right, Mr. Boulay. It was a great night last night. I really enjoyed the stream last night. Other than I got a little aggravated with the OPSEC regarding the link, but that's all right. That's just my weirdness. You guys don't have to buy into that. I guess just while I'm doing this kind of rambling stuff, to the few people who have joined us so far. The merch is getting closer and closer. It's dragging. I'm dragging it, kicking and screaming into some form of submission right now. It's the artwork's been a problem. The guy who I thought was going to do the stuff for me has been very busy. He's not been really answering his phone very much, and when he does, he literally sounds like he's buried under work. I'm going to try and drive down there this week and talk to him face to face. That way, he doesn't have to stop physically working to chat with me. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully, we'll have merch within the next 2 weeks. You guys can get hats and sweatshirts and hoodies and all the normal cool stuff with cool designs, cool artwork. Trying to get John Smith, one of the chatters, to do the artwork. That's not his fault. That's mine. So we'll see there. We'll see what's going on there. Yeah, merch is going to submit to me so that you guys can enjoy it. I've been it's been an interesting few weeks, guys. It's been very interesting. We've kind of we're pushing past past a few levels. I kind of stalled there for a little while with growing the channel, because I was really just kind of taking a breath. But now we're going to go full bore. One of the things I want to try and do, because I feel like most of the people listening right now are friends of the show and have been longtime listeners. One of the things that I'm trying to figure out how to do, and if any of you guys have thoughts on how to accomplish it, is I want to have sort of a membership drive. Like if you're a member for 6 months, you're a member for 8 months or whatever, then we or a year, we send out rewards, right? Like physical rewards, not just stuff that you get online, which is cool. The badges are cool, the online recognition is cool, but having something physical, I think, means something. And so, what I'd like to do is I'd like to do some kind of membership drive to push the membership up, and then figure out a reward system. And right now I'm leaning towards just the normal stuff, patches, other little you can only get it here type stuff, right? So let me know if you guys have thoughts. Let me know what you think. You can always catch me privately over in the Discord. And if you are not a member of the Discord, you probably should be. A lot of interesting stuff goes on there. And yeah, it's going to be a good time. Yeah, man, what a couple of days, guys. What a couple of days. I did actually enjoy Process coming up last night. I've been on panel with him a few times before. He seems like Albeit a leftist, he at least seems relatively straightforward. He does troll a little bit, but he's very open and honest about his trolling. And I don't get that. I rarely get the idea that he's trolling just to be a bad guy or to cause issues, which is unusual. It's unusual. Let's see. Um, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know why I'm getting notified on some of this stuff, but that's okay. Yeah. Checking, going back forth out of Crucibles. Yeah, the Crucible, by the way, has a really kick-ass debate going on between this young Protestant lady who I think has said a lot of things that are not particularly correct, and Andrew's wife, Rachel, and it's interesting because I think that I think it's I think I'll watch it later, but it's just an interesting thing. Yeah, it's all good. Hey, look, this is a kind of thing where you hate really, Joe? That's interesting. I would love to hear you expound on that. I want to put a pin in that. Um so here's the thing. On the one hand, it annoys me that we have two Christian women who are going back and forth, but at the same time, it kind of annoys me. It also kind of annoys me that this younger female has made some really bold statements that really aren't biblical, and I feel like that she needs to take a step back. That is Joe Mobley has zero fucks to give tonight, folks. Joe Mobley is sick. He's ill. He's throwing bombs in from the end zone all the way to the goal, back to the other end zone. If women were honest with themselves, they'd realize they always ask a man when they really need to know something important and trust the reasoning. And this announcement brought to you by Bourbon and Cough Medicine. That is a powerful, powerful duo. That's quite awesome. We have joining us Arthur Daya with no avatar as normal, just a black hole there. Let me do this. How did I do that before? No, not like that. There we go. That's good. I like that. That's not what I wanted. All right, good enough. On that lean tonight, yeah. So what's up, Arthur Daya? How are you? You were up very late the past few days,
That is correct.
running on no sleep,
I,
and
well, I took advantage of the fact I've been off work to care for my boyfriend who's had his back surgery.
yes, I remember.
So I could kind of take advantage of the fact that I didn't have to be at work the next morning and stay up way too late. But yeah, it is fun to talk with Glenn. I wish he would do earlier shows because I can't routinely stay up until 5 in the morning. But it's
Well,
great to be on
he
his
should
channel.
be on later. I sent him the link. But he may be sleeping. He's had like no sleep the past few days prepping for that thing that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So he may be really angry too. He might be out on his motorcycle. He might be driving cross country. He might be doing something. So
Well, maybe he can get it set back up again where he can
yeah.
use some of
Well,
the
I'm sure
material.
that I'm sure the Thorpes will do the debate. I'm sure that it'll be fine. But it just sucks because he put so much effort into it. He's really did a lot of background work. He really dug into it. And
Well, and this is what Andrew puts up with all the time. People
yeah,
flake when they've got scheduled debates. Brian Atlas on the whatever podcast deals with these. Granted, they're these whatever or these only fangirls, but people flake when they say they're going to come. See,
literally
there's a lot
everybody,
of responsibility for people.
literally everybody flakes on Brian. Like, it's pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible. Like,
And
even like
even his
just
limit,
college girls, just normal college girls. And I look, I'll have a hot take here. Maybe it's not that hot. College girls are the worst. They have no sense of schedule. They just do whatever they want. They never get in trouble for anything anymore. Nobody gets expelled anymore. Nobody gets thrown out of college. You literally have to have criminal charges against you to get expelled from college these days. And even then, you're probably not going to get expelled. You're going to get, what do they call it? It's not expelled.
like
It's
probation or something.
yeah, probation. You're on probation. You're on, and you can't come to classes until your court case is over or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say, given the demographic Brian works with, it's not real surprising, but I would expect a guy like Thorpe, who presumably runs a YouTube channel and understands the difficulty.
Yeah, but look, the Thorpes are, I don't think people really understand. And look, I don't know everything that there is to know about the Thorpes, but in general, they seem like they're pretty punctual. They take things seriously. That most of the weirdness is all for content. So I kind of bought in to begin with. The Thorpes were just stupid backwoods bumpkins, right? I bought into that, and I think a lot of people buy into that. The reality is they're really smart. They're really pretty smart. And anyone that doesn't take them seriously is stupid, just absolutely dumb. And I talked to so I've talked to several people now, and they've all said pretty much the same thing, that Ben started doing the YouTube stuff, and then he brought Grace in, and at some point, someone made the insinuation that that Ben and Grace were having illicit activities, and rather than, which is what he should have done, rather than push back on it and say, look, that's stupid. Why would I do that? I'm not a crazy person. There's no way I would risk my career and livelihood and everything else to do this. Rather than do that, Ben went the other way and he leaned into it, right? And he got very mysterious about it. There was all of these little stunts that they pulled. Some of them went too far, I think. You could say that about anybody's YouTube stunts, right? Like, what is too far? Who knows? Because we don't know. People set cars on fire on YouTube all the time. And right, Joe Mobley Show says sex sells. And taboo stuff, especially if you don't know if it's real or not real, or just maybe it's innuendo, maybe it's just a storyline. But Ben leaned into it, and I think that was a wrong move. I think globally that's a wrong move, but he did it, and now he's stuck with it.
Which is a heck of a thing to be stuck with.
Right. The idea, it's like, whether or not the kick was real, right? We all watched the video. To me, it looks pretty staged. Just angles and things like that. But I'm not a stunt guy. I don't, it just seems to me to be very, very fake. The whole thing. I mean, just the way she pops right up.
The thing is, though, his restraining order and his arrest record and all that's not fake. That goes on your record. And I don't know what his plans are.
Yeah, sure.
But
right. Well, again, there are always unintended consequences, right? Like, it's just like the woman who fucks her best friend to make her boyfriend bad, right? And then she gets pregnant. It's an unintended consequence. All she really intended to do was piss her boyfriend off or whatever, and it backfired, right? Like it was a bad thing. Where it was a bad result. But none of that matters because she didn't press charges. She, there was his wife took advantage of it and just screwed him in the divorce. That, again, I don't know. I don't feel bad for Ben at all. Ben, everything that's happened to Ben has brought on himself. He has to live with it, and apparently he's okay, right? Like, I mean, okay, fine. I choose not to associate in very specific ways with those kinds of people. If they choose to do so, that's fine, right? If other people choose to be their buddies, that's fine. People choose to ignore. It's sad. The thing is that it bothers me when people ignore things, right? Like, I don't ignore anything that they've done, right? I fully acknowledge everything they've done. The difference between, say, Glenn and I is Glenn has a very strict biblical code regarding this, which I totally understand. And I have the same biblical code, except I don't have a dog in the fight, right? Like, that he is not my burden to bear. Mm-hmm. His problems are his problems, not mine. And so where Glenn, I think, feels like that Glenn takes it very personally, it's an affront to him. It's not an affront to me because, as far as I'm concerned, Ben made his bed and he can lay in it.
Well, it's just, to me, it's disrespectful when you've developed a business contract with someone because they're both running YouTube channels. This is a business for both.
Right. Yeah.
Even if it's not a multi-million-dollar business, it is a business they're running. Sure. You might call it a side hustle, depending on.
Well, neither of them were going to make money off of this show because it was going to be on the Crucible, right? So, I mean, Glenn probably would have gotten some.
Well, it attracts people to your
he
channel,
was a youth,
like
youth
your performance.
Pastor, John Dedman. So. He was a youth pastor. He's not anymore. He hasn't been for several years. And there was even some scandal behind that too. I'm not going to get into it. It's not my story to tell. But just my thing is I never put anybody up on a pedestal, right? I just don't. I kind of treat everybody equally.
Right. So this was an opportunity for both of them to be featured on an extremely popular platform on YouTube, and thereby draw people to come check out their own individual channels.
Well, actually, I say that they wouldn't have. But I think they were going to be able to restream it, so they would have made money. But it's not. I don't know. I think the problem. Well, and again, I don't think that Ben did this on. Well, I don't know that he didn't do it on purpose. What I've heard now from a couple of different sources is that they've been having trouble with the RV. I think they tried to have somebody fix it on the cheap, buddy of a buddy of a buddy kind of thing. And for whatever reason, something broke or it broke down and they had to have it towed. And now they're not able to do this, which, okay, that's totally fine. Reschedule, do whatever, it'll happen. It's fine, but so I'm not really angry, but I feel bad for Glenn. The biggest thing is Glenn put so much work and so much stress, and he stayed up for almost like 24 hours the other day prepping for it, and so that he could be on with Andrew and some other people, and I feel bad for Glenn going through all of that effort, but it's not wasted effort as long as they have the debate. And I think they will. I think that they're going to have a great debate when they do have a debate. But women, just so I can trigger Arthur Dye, women, it's a very feminine thing to do to just kind of, lean into some of this stuff. My biggest, honestly, my biggest criticism of Ben is not. I don't really know about what him and his daughter have done. That's between them and the law. I'm not the law. My biggest criticism is it seems like he is a masculine person, but a lot of the things he does or has done seem very feminine to me, or they lean very feminine. Does that make sense to you?
Maybe you could explain a little more what I don't know him that well, so maybe you can explain a little more what aspects of his things appear feminine.
Well, leaning into the sex sales side of the industry is very feminine.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
I can buy that.
Faking things is very feminine. Right. So, right. Joe Mobley, I am the law. I always try and say that like Judge Dredd, the law. I am not the law. The law is what the law is. I like Judge Dredd. I think that's I think it's a great movie. It's great. It was a better comic book. It was a better short story. But I just think that it's just. Am I the only one that chat? Am I the only one that feels like that it's kind of feminine? The things that the Thorpes have kind of done. Plus, I feel like that as much effort, and maybe they have. Maybe I just haven't done it, or maybe they, maybe I just don't swing through the same circles as the Thorpes. Maybe they've done an apology, but if I were going to be late to a debate that I had pushed for a month and begged for, and bullied my way into, and all of that. If I had done that and I wasn't able to make it, I would have already, like, first thing this morning, there would have been a, hey guys, we're not going to have the debate. I'm sorry. This is why. Glenn, really sorry. We'll make sure it happens. And, we'll make, it's going to happen, guys. I promise it'll be great. I haven't seen that. So.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on with Ben, but my take is it's odd that suddenly at the precise time of the debate, it apparently happened yesterday. Suddenly can only be done at specifically that time. I don't know. I suppose we can take that at face value. Hopefully he'll come back.
Well, it's probably an Andrew thing more than anything. Ride says that Ben's wife and son made the insinuation. Okay, I believe that. I think, and I know because I can read the divorce records that Ben's wife leaned into the accusations to further her position in the divorce.
Well, I can say I know I've heard Andrew debate Ben, and Andrew specifically gave Ben the opportunity to flatly deny the allegations, and he would not do so. It would be the easiest thing in the world to say, I love my daughter. I would never do such a horrific thing to my daughter. I absolutely
but then that ends his shtick.
That would be so easy to do.
Right.
And yet he didn't.
That would end his shtick.
Sure. And I do agree that it is a feminine thing to use sex to sort of manipulate people and promote yourself, or women were not as physically strong, but the one thing that we do have that we can wield over men is sex. And so you will see women use that wrongly.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Manipulate men, and
we're going to jump off of
empowerment. And I don't think they realize how much they actually cheapen themselves in doing it. But they feel that they do have that power.
Yeah, I feel bad. We're going to jump off of the Thorpes here because it's just kind of boring to me. But the last thing I'm going to say is I feel bad for Grace because this is all she knows. She doesn't have any other education. She doesn't have anything to fall back on, any of that kind of thing. I don't. been weeks in the making. Yeah, I don't. The RV broke down. That's dude, things happen like that. I mean, it really does. I just think that he probably should have made a video to clarify it and all that. I agree with that it's not. It isn't odd. It just broke down. I mean, things happen. What's up, Angel Berber? Yeah, I'm with Joe on this. The fact that he makes fun of it, and he makes fun of it all the time, tells us it's not true. Sex crimes are no joke. If you did something like that, you would avoid it completely. Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's I don't know. It's an interesting deal, but it's not that interesting, and we're going to kind of roll on. We're going to roll past that. My dog ate my debate prep notes. That's Glenn. That's why he's not here right now. He doesn't want to tell me that his dog ate his debate prep notes, and that's why he's not here. So kind of shifting gears, we were talking. Did you see that just recently? And I think maybe it was this week that the one of your Department of Medicine's put out a study that said that masturbation causes more issues than it solves, and it should not be a thing that men do.
I haven't seen this study. This is a new one for me.
Well, you know that for years now, there's been this argument that men should masturbate periodically to relieve pressure, keep the pipes clean, all of that.
There is an association with prostate inflammation,
right, with prostate cancer, right?
Yeah. If there's not regular sexual activity, that is accurate.
Correct. Yeah. And so they put out this study now that says that they may be wrong about that it may actually be hurting men to do that. And then, of course, once you say that, pretty much everybody will have a discussion about it, because there are people like me that believe that if you're especially if you're a chronic masturbator, that you actually reduce your sexual desire. You can ruin your relationships. You develop a bunch of weird things, mental issues, and so I actually agree that it's probably more harmful than good. John Dedman, it's not a law. it's a medical finding. They've done a study because for years and years, the mantra, I guess, has been that it's good for you if you're not having regular sex to, just masturbate occasionally. And but now they're saying it may cause more problems than it solves. It's probably ought not to do it. And I think that's very interesting. I think it's very interesting that we've been studying this stuff for a couple of centuries now, and we're still have conflicting information. You'd think by now we'd have it figured out. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. I don't know.
Well, I think the logical take is that you can do anything to excess. You can drink to excess. You can use social media to excess.
Sure.
You can masturbate to excess. So when it's starting to actually cause issues.
Yeah, they've always said that excessive was bad. And they said excessive is bad because of the they've always said that excessive is bad because of the desensitization, the fact that you become more, for men at least, the sensation becomes more about visualization and mental focus rather than physical contact, which leads them to not be as interested in actual sex and women. So they've always said that excessive is too much. The Nashville, toward what you're gonna have to be more clear. What goalpost? I'll be in Nashville Monday morning. So it's I don't know. It's just they're basically saying that if you don't, that's probably better than if you do. This is just doctors. By the way, this is just a result of a study. This is not a law. It's not a rule. It's just, and I don't even think it wasn't Harvard or anywhere that I could like cast shade on for funding it. I
I'd
forget
have
where it
to
was.
see the study because I haven't I
Yeah,
haven't seen
I
that
didn't.
one.
I just read about it. I didn't actually go and I didn't go make a note of it. I thought it was funny. You should look into it. It's pretty. I think it's funny that we're still trying to figure this out. We're only had a couple of centuries to figure it out, but we're still working on it.
And I think you'd have to separate that with the involvement of adult content being used during the act.
That's where I went with it exactly. I did want to say deep dive, Mr. Boulay. You need to do a deep dive on masturbation. That's funny because I was gonna say that exact thing, but I was like, I'm bad. I'm bad. So that's actually one of the things that was one of the other things they discussed is the excessive use of pornography and the
Careful on
effect,
TOs.
and the effect it was having on. Well, I think they studied. I think the way it went, and don't quote me on this. I could have misread, or I could just be misremembering because I did read it earlier today. But I've been doing a bunch of research for tonight, and I could be like completely screwed up on some of these points. So don't, this is just me trying to remember what the context was talking about or what they were talking about. But it seemed to be that what they originally were studying was the effect of masturbation on sexual desire and testosterone and some other effects, right? Like some mental and physical effects of just regularly masturbating. And this is all for men, guys.
Joe Mobley. And then it's a real long study. Hard read.
Explosive ending. That's right. Joe Mobley's ill. He's on heavy meds right now. So you just can't anything, he probably has a lack of filter right now. And so but the other part of the study, because of the low T thing, they were I guess they were also studying the effect of the mass amount of pornography and sexual content that's available to the average person day to day, and its effect on the same things, sexual desire, low T, all of that. I wish Glenn was here because he'd have a lot to say about this. I bet he's read this study. He probably participated for all we know. I'm starting to think that Joe Mobley participated, to be honest with you. He seems to have a lot of inside information.
Yeah, there are studies that suggest that excessive use, or we'll say frequent use of adult content, is associated with lower levels of, I think it was estradiol, and that is a precursor to testosterone. So there is some suggestion that it does lower testosterone.
Yeah, I think this was a
Glenn really ought to come up here
study.
and talk on the topic of the epidemic of low testosterone in our country between lack of exercise, lack of competitive sports, lack of weightlifting, the crappy food, the estrogen similar chemicals in our water supplies in our food. The combination is somehow leading to a serious problem in terms of low testosterone across the population. And then that translates into lower sperm counts and less fertility. So the fertility problem is not only an issue of, the feminist women waiting till they're 38 to suddenly decide to have a kid, but the fertility of men is also being affected by this.
Make masturbation give men bitch tits.
What?
Interesting. So you want to give them one more thing to play with? Is that what we're talking about? That's really the solution. I don't see how that works. It is corn, I'm sure that means pornography, is unbelievably harmful to men, closely linked to trafficking. No way around the harmful effects all around. Yeah, I got you. Look, it's just an interesting subject because currently we have all of these, we have a bunch of different I got it. Joe Mobley with the study of the Hawk Tua going bad. I absolutely have to play. Is it coming through the speakers too? Well, my mic's up, buddy. It was coming through the speakers as well. Apparently, my mic is keyed up. All right, so yeah, so Joe Mobley gets the Hawk Tua dance tonight. Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Insert.
Well, we've gone full DGen tonight. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Let me see if this person. I had somebody else that asked for the. Yeah, didn't hear it in the board. Well, that's odd. Well, let's see what's up with that. Everything is looking normal. Or maybe I have the volume turned down so much that you think it is.
But I was listening to a podcast. It's the Patrick Bet David podcast, and he was interviewing the new owner of Corn Hub, Solomon Friedman, and then another, some woman who's like a CEO in the company. And the history on this is that the hub, we'll call it, basically got into issues where it had to take down, I think it was over 70,000 pieces of material because they potentially violated terms of service in terms of underage performers. And so it kind of was going bankrupt dealing with that issue and was sold out to the new guy, Mr. Friedman, who purchased it. There's now over 130 million daily users on the hub. And he was, I didn't get to finish the entire interview, but he kept pressing this guy and he was telling him, how you now have to verify that there's not an underage performer on this hub. And he kept pressing the guy. And he's like, yeah, well, we do ID checks and we have people reviewing it and blah, blah. But he had to finally admit that they really cannot guarantee that there's not underage women being used or trafficked on this site because there is such a volume of material on this site.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I'm checking to see what might have changed with my. It doesn't matter. Truck driver says to get the likes up there. That's awesome. Thank you, truck driver. John Deadman.
Joe Mobley is saying they blatantly ignored age verification safeguards of the quote unquote actors.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think that you want to try another here. Hang on. I'm going to actually, let's see. How do I do this? I'm going to mute my
given
mic.
that we have, what is our population, like 350 million or so? The fact that we have 150 million daily users on the site is really phenomenal to me. I don't know of any other, news outlet or what have you that has that many users. And so I think it really is becoming a significant problem in our society. And we've somehow sold the women on the site the lie that selling themselves and degrading themselves in front of men is empowering and a great way to earn a living. And we've somehow told men that this is a good way to just kind of chill out. And in reality, even for men, there's profound effects of it in terms of, viewing sex as a commodity, not learning how to have a normal relationship with a woman, not having to deal with a woman who's, say, sick or under the weather, or just gave birth or something, and always having a perfectly coiffed, beautiful woman at your service doing whatever you want. And Jim's asking, is that, or John Dedman is asking, is that worldwide? It may be worldwide. I think it is a worldwide site. So maybe it's a smaller percent than I'm interpreting.
Did the did the sound come through a minute ago?
Not on my end. Was there a
Weird.
sound effect, or
Yeah, there was a sound effect. Let me
wow sounds in the background as I expound upon the evils of porn?
Yeah. Let me that's interesting. I may need to let me just do this. Let me look and see if I've missed something. I don't think I've missed anything. Let's see if this helps. All right, I'm going to mute my mic, I think. Did anything come through?
No.
Okay. Let's try this. Oh, that's weird.
And yes, everyone, please like the stream. Give us lots of comments when the show is over.
Yeah, it's very strange. I had all this working perfectly, and then I changed something, and now it doesn't. Oh, let's do it this way. Hang on. No, it should work. That should be fine. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. Let me see if this works now.
Emotional damage.
Did that come through the mic?
Came through your mic. It's not good sound quality, though, on our end.
That didn't come through. All right.
You can hear it in the background of you coming through your mic.
Oh, it shouldn't have come through my mic that time. I was muted.
Oh,
Maybe whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll fix it later.
yeah. Joe Mobley throws out a topic. Thoughts on the Biden-Harris administration giving Lebanon $157 billion while failing to provide
was it
for
billion or million?
Americans.
I thought it was a million. It's 157 billion to the Ukraine.
But I think his point is valid. Is we've got American citizens, grandparents trapped on roofs with the water is rising.
What?
We have thousands with literally no drinking water.
Yeah.
And we're traveling millions and billions overseas to various foreign countries. Like, something is seriously wrong in our country.
I gotta check that, because I read million today and I was like, that sounds like just a standard aid package. No, nothing to see here kind of thing. But let's see.
I think, so it's 157 million.
Yeah, 157 million. Yeah.
But still, like, what if we spent 157 million? I mean, FEMA's claiming they're out of money, that they don't have the resources.
Oh, did you see they beat the guy up in North Carolina today? The FEMA guy?
And they should. Like, he's in there claiming we don't have the money to go help our own citizens in a natural disaster. And meanwhile, we're shoveling 150 million as a drop in the bucket off to Lebanon.
Yeah, I don't care anything about that. I think that's here's my point on it. I've said the whole time, I'm very consistent. I didn't really want to go political tonight, but that's okay. We can do that for just a quick moment. I always say that I don't think we should send any money to any of these places. None. Zero money. I understand that we have this fund, and I'm sure that some social warrior in the chat or that's watching that it will be unable to contain themselves, jumping in and saying that I'm wrong, but we shouldn't have a fund to help people in other countries because other people in other countries don't have a fund to help us. Let me does it not strike you really wrong that every single time that we have a problem, we're on our own? Nobody comes to our aid. But anytime anyone needs our aid for humanitarian reasons or whatever, oh yeah, here, have a few $1,000,000. It's cool. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And you're talking about Lebanon is an oil generating company that has oil money. It's not a poor region of the world. So I have a problem with the idea they sent it over there, but I mean I have the same problem with it, the fact that they sent the Ukraine money and England money and basically everybody else on the planet. Why? Nobody sends that. Who's helping us? Who's helping me? Who sends us tech advisor? I mean, you could argue that the world's navies will occasionally participate with us in war games, but that's just because they don't really have a choice. Either they say yes or we go to war for real and do it and see what happens. I don't know, man. I just have a real problem with the whole thing.
Well, what is even more infuriating, and people are disputing this, but there is at least a claim that 1.4 billion of our FEMA money has gone to help address the migrant crisis. And so now we're, I guess, giving a measly $750 per hurricane survivor over there in North Carolina.
They only gave them they gave them the same amount in Hawaii.
And this is a problem, though, right? You've got Alejandro Mayorkas claiming that FEMA's out of money and we don't have the funds to make it through the season. That's his word.
There's never been a time when anything in America has ever been out of money. That's just a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie they tell us to keep us angry. Don't be angry.
Well, I'm sure
recognize the lie for what it is. It is our government intentionally not writing the check. If you want to be mad about the right thing. FEMA's not out of money. It can't be out of money. It can't.
Well, they're claiming they are because I'm sure they take more money funneled into themselves.
I get it. I understand what they're claiming. But they're wrong. I mean, they're not wrong. They're lying because they want you to feel a specific way about a thing. You ever had a girlfriend tell you, or well, you haven't, but
Can't say I swing that way, Grid. No.
I'm sure that every dude's had a girlfriend tell him that, well, I'm just not comfortable. I'm not a good person in a relationship right now. I need to go find myself. I need to, whatever. It's not you, it's me. Whatever. And the truth is, they just don't like you anymore. You did something that gave them the ick, or they don't like the fact you shaved your ball sack or whatever it is. They just don't like it anymore. And they want to go somewhere else, but they can't say that because they're not honest. Our government is very feminine. Our government is very, very feminine. They lie. They don't want to tell you the truth. They just lie. It's okay. Just recognize it for what it is and move along. $10 comes in from Sirius Shelby, one of our great, outstanding moderators. Biggest problem I have is we send every country money and we don't get anything in return. I'm sure he means from them. That's the same. I'm sure he means the same reason. That's the same with war. We come. Oh, that is the same with war. We come in to help the Brits and France, and we end up fighting the entire war for them. That's right. That's right. Why are we the world police? Why is that? Why are we everybody's big brother? Why?
Well, we've put ourselves in that position.
Sure, but I don't want to be the big brother. I want to be daddy. I'm daddy. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Bring daddy his sandwich.
That needs to be clipped.
I'm just saying, right? Like, why are we the brother? Why are we everybody's big brother that's got to loan him $5 for lunch money? Why is that? Why are we that guy? Why are we not everybody's daddy who you do what daddy says? And you don't ask daddy for money. You go ask mommy for money. That's it. See, we are the world's mommy. Nobody asked Germany for money. No.
Well, and I think we have to be honest with ourselves.
Ain't nobody going to China saying, hey, can you give me a few billion? You got it? My pockets are light, bro. I need a little money. Nobody asking China for money. No. They all ask mommy because we got the purse. Just saying. We're very feminine. Our government's very feminine. Just saying.
I think we have to be honest with ourselves that and it was the conservatives partially responsible for this, that during the Bush-Cheney eras, we were focused on nation building and thought we could form these little democratic countries all over the world that would help to support us. And we spent a lot of money doing that, which, as we look back in retrospect, really didn't work out for us.
$5 comes in from the great Anson Knowles, our Alabama Slammer. They don't like the quote. They don't like the way I shave my ball sack. They know where the door is located. End quote. Simple, easy to remember. I don't know where I went with the shaving of ball sacks, but I'm just saying that's just the way it is. People say things. You read things, you hear things. All right. We'll keep this party going. It's interesting.
We can take a moment to plug Grondike soap. Wash those shaved balls with Grondike soap. Right. Now in the beautiful scent of Anson Knowles.
Yeah, Anson Knowles is a fan. He's a fan. How the fuck did the U.S. pay more to foreign nations than Germany after World War II? Make that make sense. You can't make it make sense because mommy opened her purse and let it happen. Guys, we have a very special guest in the back. I'm going to bring him out. Drum roll, please. Everybody on your feet. Stand up. Give a big hand for the king.
Hello.
Rants.
My victory was swift.
W. Glenn.
I didn't even have to say a word. My physique, my image, my shadow.
They were frightened.
Scared him away. He just didn't want that ass whooping. And it's okay. I understand. I wouldn't want it either. But I am crown king. And I'm just taking my victory lap.
All right, you do that.
As I was watching
I am bowing
Rachel just bodying
magnificent presence, Glenn.
Well,
you were watching
as you should.
Rachel bodying the Protestant,
the husband and the wife of that chick. God, that was hilarious.
The poor Protestant
lady.
Wait,
called in her husband to help her?
The husband is in the room allegedly playing video games, but it sounds like he was whispering to
wait a minute. Come on.
Yeah,
yeah. So
Rachel, not only did Rachel did
you heard Rachel doing that, and then you heard me talking about bring daddy a sandwich, and women breaking up with you over your shaved balls, and you just had to come over here to see what the hell we were talking about.
How did you know my balls were shaved?
I just assume everybody's
We
balls are shaved.
only know about ants.
How did you know I
It's-
shaved them today? I always shave them before battle,
Oh,
just in
just
case-
before battle.
just in case I'm teabagging somebody.
You want maximum teabag effect.
Yeah, like just kind of like I was gonna went to the gym, make sure they're nice and sweaty but smooth. So
Yeah.
like
Sweaty but
shaved them so they're smooth, but they made them sure they're nice and sweaty after the gym.
Somebody make sure that we get the raid from Rachel because this is worth it. We will tour on sweaty ball sacks. $5 comes in from the mighty Kronos 420. When Daddy comes back from getting milk and cigarettes, someone gonna catch a spanking. That's right. That's right. I'm waiting.
No, I mean, I felt like
Joe Mobley, who is high on bourbon and cough syrup. All
Hey, he's
hail
sipping on this.
Glenny's.
Hey.
Glenny's.
Hey, how did you know?
Glenny's shaved ball.
That's a family name right there. The funny thing is, like, I'm 40 years old and I got cousins that still call me Glenny, and that's a family name. Joe, are you one of my cousins? Because I told you I got black in my family. I got a cousin named Safari. Joe, are you related?
All right.
Might need to check the genealogy.
$10 comes in from my man Sirius Shelby. Congrats to the king Teabag and Ben on a 1v1 in Rust. Did you do that? Crowns in the chat for Glenn. Please, yes, crowns in the chat for Glenn. If you want to be like Glenn, make sure you use tactical soap. It makes your enemies something.
Quit before battle.
You in
Quit
battle.
before battle.
Quit before battle.
Just quit. Just don't even show up. Don't even.
That was my secret weapon. That's how tactical I was. I put on some tactical soap beforehand.
You know what? You know why they didn't show
didn't
up?
know his family, so his dad was like having babies all over the place. So possibly.
I'm just gonna put this out there. It was the fact that Grace knew that even if Glenn won, she was not going to have any of Glenn's meat because he's a faithful man to his wife. That's why it didn't happen. So.
Why would you even think something like that? That's horrible. Now you're gonna give me nightmares.
We all need to be a little scarred from this, to be honest with you.
Trust me, I have been. I had my bruises and
I told everybody earlier, I felt bad for you, man. You like put in so much effort to get ready for this, and then they don't even their truck breaks down or whatever.
Here's my thing.
There's
no rematch,
not menscape. There's no other men going down there to escape my balls, bro. It's a manscape.
It's like you only get one shot, only one shot at the crown, and he had it.
Yeah, you got to take a shot at the king.
It's not gonna happen again. He didn't. No rematch. I'm done. I'm retiring from.
Okay, Mobley is literally high. Not gonna lie, Grace was giving me those BBC.
Mobley, are you sipping on some syrup?
He's bourbon.
Well, you gotta lay off the cough syrup, bro. It's
are you
more
on that
bourbon,
syrup?
less cough syrup. All right, you're hallucinating.
Are you having a Sprite and syrup, beverage right now?
Their
Joe
van. I think their van
currently
did
the
break
weapon.
down. I think they're being honest, but we can still make fun of them a little bit.
Well, no, their van broke down, and from what I understand, it got towed. So the problem was it got towed. That's why you just don't park in the places you're not supposed to park.
Where is Ava from last night? Someone DM her and get her here. She had the best convo I've seen on this channel. We don't know how Ava managed to get the link to be here, and she's not that funny, man. You just like that redhead action, Anson. Just calm down. She's too young.
She's the one that messaged me about them not going to be able to make it.
Yeah, she's linked. She's tied in. The Joe Mobley show, you got the old-timey cough syrup with the special cola, huh?
He got that good shit.
Cocaine, man. Cocaine. Yeah. So, Glenn, how the hell are you, buddy? How the hell are you?
A
lot less stress.
I'm kind of like disappointed.
Yeah, let down.
Yeah, I thought, I thought I was gonna have fun tonight, but
Yeah. Well, you still can. Give the wife the pickle tickle and you'll be good.
yeah, she already had the pickle tickle, and she actually just flew back. So she went back up to Washington.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, she has to help her mom, so.
I know. I got it. I'm in on that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I gave you all the details.
Glenn, it will be okay. Here's a tissue from Crazy Mama. That's funny.
Thanks, Crazy Mama. You know,
it's more of a peanut tickle from Glenn.
Let's be nice, gentlemen.
And
guys,
some rolls. Wow.
Anson, don't make me have to do to you what happened to Ben. You know, everybody thinks his van's just missing.
I don't think
you know what I'm saying. He might be sleeping with the fishes.
So there was a guy that came in last night and said that the Thorpes weren't going to make it. Their van got towed. So.
Yeah, I saw that, but well, I'm a busy guy, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit.
While I get my banana bread out of the oven, and I'll be right back.
Oh, you got some banana bread? Hey.
I'm going to return briefly to the kitchen.
Hey, bring me a slice.
I will.
The paperwork in the Garth Brooks case. No, I've not been following that. He doesn't deny an affair, but denies the grape stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's not gonna lie and say like, "Oh yeah, I didn't smash," but you know, graping her.
Kevin, our local minion, comes in with, I love that Anson's post used to be like the square of the hypotenuse is always equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. And now they're like, hey, yo, get Abe in here. Tap them cheeks.
Well, that's what happens when a man goes from containment to back into the wild.
Right. Yeah, his divorce was finalized.
He's been set free.
They removed the shackles. He's got. I'm 90% sure he's got some moonshine going on over there. Some Alabama water.
He's been set free,
and he's weapons free right now. He's weapons free. That's for sure. He was dating a nice Christian lady. Haven't had an update on that.
But now he wants the Kumas.
Yeah, now he's like, bring on the redheads. Extra points if they're named Tiffany.
Oh, not Tiffany. Fuck that. Fuck
that. You know, I mean, if you're in his
Joe,
Joe,
I was saying that like he's been set free. I didn't say being a husband doesn't mean that you're at your peak, you know, your peak levels. No, I'm not saying that. Just for Anson's case,
yeah,
he was in like confinement. There was no nothing going down in the champagne room, if you get what I'm saying.
Mr. Bull,
you know what?
Every
Heather I've met
get off YouTube and get to
fucking
work.
Evil.
Why?
Like
because Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company is hiring. Thanks to our new ad campaign, Mr. Bulle has doubled our sales. We will be replacing our current YouTube.
Does Glenn have any insider info on Hollywood?
That is a great super chat, Mr. Boulay. I may trigger that one again. Too many letters, though. Too many letters. I got to fix that in the thing. I'll read it. Get off your YouTubes and get to work. Why? Because Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company is hiring. Thanks to our new ad campaign, Mr. Boulay has doubled our sales. We will be replacing our current YouTube ambassador with Mr. Boulay. Try Tactical Soap today. There we go. That was great. I like that.
That was good.
Short, straight to the point. Seriously, Shelby says I'm going to have to wrestle a rabbit Anson.
Advice here. He's telling him to stay away from redheads. He doesn't know I'm a redhead.
I know you're a redhead.
We all know you're a redhead.
Trust me, we do. But see, guys are crazy. Like, we like crazy. Let's just face it. I bet you right now, Anson knows is looking up Heather, whatever her name was, that Joe was just warning everybody about. And Anson's like, hold up, let me see if I can find her.
Anson's like, I could still buy a plane ticket.
Anson's like, I can save her.
He's like, can I find a Facebook and Instagram?
Save her.
He's like, how bad was it? Oh, that means that's that good, huh?
That. I can fix that. It doesn't matter. It's a redhead. I can fix that.
That sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
She stabbed you only twice?
She stabbed you. Oh,
I'm good with that.
That's
my last redhead shot me, so I'm good.
That's
Stabbing
flawless.
is
That's flawless. Stabbed. Yeah.
Oh, she Left Eye Lopez your house? She set that on fire? It's okay. That's true love.
It's something for sure.
Mr. Boulay, I'm genuinely a redhead. I'm not making that up.
Viking Paradigm.
I don't dye my hair red.
I think Viking Paradigm's unable to find his keyboard. All he could do is make some pictures.
Shelby, do you not see the crown? I spared him. I did it. I defeated him. Not in public. I didn't want to.
Never been stabbed by a woman.
You didn't even show up to battle.
That's funny. Here, hang on. We got to throw that up there. Never been stabbed by a woman, but my Katie threatened me with a rifle in Kentucky. True story. I'll share when I'm sober.
Oh, I want to hear that. I definitely want to hear that shit. I want to hear what the fuck happened where you got a rifle pointed at you. That'll be good. Yeah. And I'll tell you about that one time I got. Never mind. I'll be quiet.
John Deadman says this Diddy stuff has brought a new thought to the Aaliyah. How did you pronounce that chick's name?
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah.
I think it's
plane crash. Diddy did it. No, that was a bad. The pilot was like if you knew the whole story of that deal with the pilot and how unqualified he was, you would. Scary.
You know, I haven't been on a small plane ever since that. I call them the Aaliyah planes. I'm like, oh, I'm not getting on no Aaliyah plane. I only
fly on small planes when I'm flying them.
I'm like, I need a real plane with balls.
Tactical balls.
Tactical balls.
Okay.
They're leaking out a bunch of stuff about Justin Bieber and Diddy, and damn, that shit is sounding real
pretty scary, right?
It's just sad. It's sad because I mean, I know how Hollywood is, and if you are trying to go mainstream Hollywood, like I'm independent Hollywood, right? Like I get, to go to some of the same events and stuff that I get invited to, but I'm not like red carpet, Hollywood. Like I'm independent. I'm not a studio filmmaker. We are independent filmmakers. And so it's a little bit smaller of a circle, and it's a lot harder to make money and work in this area. But I never would want to go studio because I ain't trying to get diddied. Because I know comedians that got diddied, but not by Diddy. Like, I know guys that, like, we did this music video, I denied this music video, but this rapper, Lil Nas X, right? And he did this music video where it was like shot out in a prison scene. Like it was the whole music video was shot in a shut down jail. And they had this scene in the bathroom, in the showers with him, and they were paying people, like offering people $1,500, $2,000 to be in the scene. And the scene was supposed to be doing some booty stuff. And I was like, yo, when the casting director hit me up, I said, I don't want nothing to do with Lil Nas X. I don't care how much they're giving. I really want nothing to do it. Like I said, I won't even work on the production. Nope. I want nothing to do with it. My buddy did it. And sure enough, he's like, yo, they tried to get me to do the butt stuff with him. And he said they went up to $3,000 before this other guy came in and said he will do it. He said he's man enough to do it. I'm like, no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they could have found some SEX workers to do it for a lot cheaper.
Well, they wanted.
Surely there's some semi-attractive, male prostitutes that could do that.
True,
in
but
their
it's always see. We didn't know that this was going to happen. None of them knew that it was going to happen until they got there on set, and he wanted to change the scene. So all they had was the actors. And my other buddy worked on a Lil Nas X music video where he played this like walking tree. I have no idea what it was. I haven't seen it. But he said like he was catching dude like doing some weird stuff to some of those guys. He's like, whatever you do not work on that dude's music video. And I didn't. I listened. I was like, all right, cool. He's like, they will throw a lot of money in your face, but don't do it. You're gonna find yourself in the back of TMZ with your. Never mind.
I'm not sure this person speaks English, but the Truth Seeker. What Truth Seeker?
Glenn, you debating Ben would equate to all of us waiting for you to nail a point, like we wait for. That's supposed to be Josie to blink. Okay.
I think that's Josie. Yeah.
I'm too dumb. Okay, that's cool. But
I do know how to spell Josie.
Do I care what you think?
Who are you? You're new.
He's no one.
Yeah, he's new. The Raging Tomato is in the house. The Raging Tomato, if you would like to come up on the panel, we're just goofing off tonight. It's a chill stream. We are chilling. A maximum chill. We've talked about everything from shaved balls to that's
you're
pretty
part of SAG-AFTRA then still though, correct?
Yeah, I got my SAG card.
So how have you balanced your own morality and being a Christian in the industry with still doing the parts and roles that you want to play?
Because I am selective. I don't take everything. Like I'm lucky enough that I get to work on both, in front of the camera and behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So I could, I'm a little bit more choosy on projects that I work on. And plus I work like the agent that I have now also owns the directing production company that the independent filmmakers are using right now. And I am really good with them. So they bring me on projects that are really inspiring. Like the last one, the Memories of the Heart. That was a good one. And we have some more that we're slated to work on here starting January. But it's cool. I get to be more selective on the projects that I want to do. So if I don't like the story, I don't have to work. I don't have to do that job.
Glenn, you have a fan. This guy loves you, buddy. I'm assuming it's a dude. Could be a girl.
Glenn is a male
John Z.
Lights are on, but no one's home. Oh, okay. But I never said I was intelligent.
You do know it's Josie.
That's true. He has not said that he's intelligent.
I never said I was smart, truth seeker. So you're seeking some lies.
He is sort of smart enough to come in out of the rain, but I kind of draw the line there, to be honest.
No, I kind of like the rain.
Yeah.
That's how I take a shower.
Wasn't that a song by the Milli Vanilli guys that were faking everything? Oh no, Blame It on the Rain. Who's Blame It on the Rain by?
I don't know. There's Can You Stand the Rain by Boyz II Men.
No, Boyz II Men was after my time. Somebody is.
I would tell you, Truth Seeker, if you go and you listen to Glenn on his channel, he is very well grounded and based in the Bible. He genuinely understands his faith and his morality. And it says in Corinthians that God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. And Glenn may not be the smartest academician that ever walked the ivory towers, but he is extremely well grounded, has good common sense and good biblical understanding of issues. That you want to listen more to his channel.
Well, thank you, Arthadiah, for calling me stupid and being used as foolish at the same time.
Well, you're useful.
I'm a useful fool. Oh man.
Well, and like I would consider myself super intellectual, like a Jordan Peterson or someone, right? I don't know all these.
Jordan Peterson's debate was pretty good. I don't know if you guys.
No, I didn't watch it. I will never. I never pretend to be smart. I never play a smart person on TV either. So,
But did you stay at a Holiday Inn?
Shit, no, I stay at the W.
There you go.
I gotta have more than those 300 thread count sheets, man.
You're new, and I'm a female. Oh, you're a female. Okay. Well, feel free to come up and yell at Glenn.
Yeah, you can yell at me all you want. I like it.
Alana, what is your opinion on America giving us $1 billion just to put German fleet?
Giving the U.S. giving us $1 billion? Who's us? Is it giving?
Alana, are you German? You think Glenn's an airhead? Well, come on up and chat with him.
Maybe. You're kind of right. I have my airhead moments.
Yeah.
Or if you maybe want to have some back and forth with Glenn on the debate issue he was going to have with Ben Thorpe.
Oh, now they're are you a redhead truth seeker? Because we have people looking. What country are you in, Alana? We have people looking for redheads. Yeah, I'm looking.
You might want to check out Ireland and be like a passport
Indonesian.
bro.
Wait, hold on. We're giving the Indonesians money to pay the Germans to protect.
Damn, where's the middle? There's too many middlemen in that.
Yeah.
That's a real bad drug deal.
What kind of markup you got on that? You getting 20%, 30%? What are you getting? I'm just curious. I just want to check out the market, see if I should be in the German mercenary market. You know who else employed German mercenaries? The British. Do you know what we did to them? We floated across a half-frozen river and killed them in their sleep.
In their sleep?
Yeah.
Damn.
George Washington did that. Father of the country. A man among men.
Crazy mom. I was trying my pimp hand. I see that. I see that. You cocked it back just the right angle too. I saw that.
Shelby, if you're a ginger, you probably need to stay away from Anson because he's getting a bit desperate.
Yeah, Anson apparently is following the. Oh, hey, the whole reason
he's hitting on everything with red armpit hair that has a pulse.
Anson, what kind of moonshine do you have? Is it store-bought or did you get that down on the corner? I'm just curious. And there are no cops watching this at all. Maybe. Certainly not any in Alabama. Cops in Alabama don't have the internet.
No, Chrono, I am not trying to take your job. Crazy mama is. She was the one working on her backhand. I know you are the 1-800 slap a hoe. I'm the one that made your commercial.
Anson Knowles is 100% sober. Well, it must be a severe case of DSB. Deadly semen backup.
I've never heard that one before until now. That's funny.
You've not heard that? How do you not hear that?
Deadly semen backup?
Sarah, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
Sorry, I was having a issue.
I had my finger on the trigger.
Yeah. Well, if you send the link directly, then you shouldn't be as concerned.
You know what? We had some people last night
where somebody got the link and we didn't understand how they got them. So.
Oh, weird.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's scary.
Well, you know how I run the panels. I only like to have maybe 4 or 5 people up, 6 at the most, and so I don't actually care really who comes up. But all of a sudden, I had like 2 people in the waiting area, and I'm like, what?
Oh, were they
and they were
flashing backstage?
And there was nobody, and nobody gave them links. And I was like, Well, somebody did, but I don't know.
Does it reuse the same link every time?
No, it's all they're different, and I can actually generate new ones in the middle of the show. If we hadn't been at the end of the show, I would have generated new links.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Glenn, I heard I apologize if you've already discussed this, but I heard your debate got canceled tonight.
You mean I won? Yes, I won.
That's not a win.
Don't you see the crown? Don't you see?
Are you guys going to reschedule it or just call it a day?
I already won. You know, he had his opportunity. I'm a really busy person now. I have like my schedule's full, so I might be able to fit him in next year.
Yeah. Just one second. Alana and whoever else I was trying to interact with in the chat. I got to focus on the main screen now, so I'm not watching the chat over here. So the chat will take care of you. Trust me, they're good people.
But, I mean,
they've all had their
really, like, honestly, like I don't know when we would be able to reschedule. I got like projects I'm starting to work on, and
Glenn has a real job now.
I got three draw man.
Yeah.
You know,
but
who rescheduled?
He wanted this fight. He wanted this debate. Like, if anybody should have been there and should have been ready. And I get it. Like, I heard that it was like, you know, his vehicle or his home on wheels was like towed or something. But I heard that it happened yesterday.
Yeah, it did happen yesterday.
I don't know how he couldn't make arrangements to find a place to live stream tonight.
Could you imagine him going to the library and live streaming from the library?
Yeah, I don't even think the library would be open at that hour.
Oh, that's a good point.
He should have went to Starbucks, you know.
That would have been classic.
That would have been funny. Like, hey, can you order me a frap?
Full-on debate in Starbucks. That would be great.
Can you just order me a frap while you're there?
That'd be hilarious. I would love. That would almost be worth a video in and of itself to go in and have a full-blown blood sport debate in a Starbucks and have somebody video it, and all the people's reactions around you before they asked you to leave. Of course,
that would have been too funny.
Starbucks Karen edition, sure, why not? Who's beeping me? There we go.
I'm not sure how long the debate would have lasted either, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know. I don't think there would have been much to say after I said what I needed to say.
Well, what was the topic anyways? It said something about American law.
Okay, so the debate prompt was, are domestic violence laws good for society? Yes or no? And he says no. So I was waiting for him to, you know, state his reason why. I mean, I know part of the reason why, but
for domestic violence laws, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And he doesn't like they're bad for society.
Yeah, he doesn't like them. He doesn't like, you know.
Well, he doesn't like him because it works against him.
He just doesn't like anybody, you know, telling him what he can and cannot do in his own home. Right. He doesn't want any laws to govern him in his own home.
Yeah.
Well, I think his objection, based on the little bit of clips I saw from him, what it was going to be was that if you look at the history of it, back in the 1950s, 1960s, a lot of domestic violence didn't get reported and really never got acted on. And so in the 1970s, the feminists started really promoting to have a special class of laws to prosecute domestic violence. And the argument would be that when you have an intimate relationship with someone, you're more vulnerable to them. They have direct access to your financial information. You sleep next to them in bed at night. You're always in close proximity at some point. And so they developed these laws to try to have more legitimate domestic violence be prosecuted. And I think that the downside is that you have seen cases where domestic violence laws have been weaponized by women against men, where you can get their gun taken away and you can file restraining orders against people that go on their record, and so I think there's certainly been misuse of those laws. I personally wouldn't throw them out altogether. And I don't think the prior laws where there wasn't a special class to deal with assault within the context of a domestic relationship, that they weren't doing their job at the time. So I think that was going to be his position, was that the laws were created by a bunch of feminists and that they were unfair to men. And so we shouldn't just have them at all. And then he was starting to kind of get into this loosey-goosey definition of, well, what really is abuse?
Well, he mentioned, like, there was a time, like in basically the 1800s or something like that, where the man was the king of his castle, and no one told a man anything what to do or what he can't do on his property or something like that. He brought that up a few times.
Certainly, in general,
I'm not like King. If I come up, I can elaborate. Ben's stance is what that will start trickle down effect. Every hater, I don't really care. Like, I'm just telling you what the debate was about. You could come up here all you want if you want.
And I
But
think
true
in general,
speaker, I don't. I'm not I don't feel disrespected whatsoever.
I mean, I feel bad for Glenn because he spent a lot of time actually preparing for the debate and took it very seriously. So I feel bad for. I actually feel bad for both parties here. I have no hate for Ben at all.
Neither do I. I don't even know the guy.
He acted in, near as I can tell, he became or he is a at least reasonably straightforward person when he wants to be, and I think that he intended to. I think he fully intended to debate. I think he's in a bad situation, so I don't want to kick a man when he's down. We'll just and I can't, until Glenn came back up, I was pretty much done with the Ben topic, and we were talking about.
Look, I'm just taking my victory lap. It's okay.
I know.
And I only run like a mile, so I only do 4 laps. So,
Okay.
I'm almost done.
All right. But we're talking about how did the shaved balls thing come? I don't even remember that.
I told you that I shaved my balls.
No, it was before you came up.
You were talking about shaving balls before I came up?
Well, I think we were talking about, there was a new study released that
women like shaved balls. Yes.
No,
true.
True. Very, very, very true.
They don't want to floss.
Study that came out that basically said that whereas before there was a theory that some masturbation to relieve pressure and thus DSB was good for you, or good for men.
Yeah. Yep.
But now they're saying the alternative, that it's actually not good. There's some negatives there that they have studied.
They were accounting for,
and they were studying it with regard to low T and some other things. And I didn't dive into the science of it. It was just something funny.
Are you referring to like semen retention?
Yeah, that semen retention is not as bad as I first thought it was, and that
semen retention is stupid. It doesn't do anything for you. I just did a video on it with Thor. Thor has studied like a lot about the hormones, male hormones and female hormones. He has a license in it. So we were talking about semen retention, and he literally just says it doesn't do anything. It's stupid.
Yeah. Well, apparently the scientists now have reversed or not scientists, but the doctors have reversed their position on it and are saying that it's probably masturbation, even anything beyond occasional masturbation, reduces can have effects that reduce testosterone and all kinds of other ill effects on men. And that's, I think, how it came up, because
I thought it was like
Arthur Dye about it, because she's in the medical field and she had not heard anything about it. But it's pretty. I think it's only been released a few days or a week or so. So
I thought they encouraged it because it helps men avoid prostate cancer.
Well, and that's also under question now. They don't know that it actually avoids prostate cancer. That there may be other things that are at work there. So,
Glenn,
anyway,
what is your take on?
It was way funnier earlier.
What is my take on what?
What is your take on the epidemic of low T across the country and estrogen-like compounds in our food supply and kind of like the whole RFK stuff?
I think it's a planned attack. Look, if the government wants to make sure that they don't have any resistance, okay, then we make these men feminine men, right? Make them weak, have them low T, and we'll put like soy in their body wash and everything else, and then since they'll wash their body and absorb all the soy, they'll just become more faggoty like. That's my theories, my conspiracy theory. That's why I think they frown upon guys that use TRT. Like, I mean, there's like a whole like campaign, it seems like, to shame men that get on TRT to balance their hormones. But ladies could take the pill because the pill helps them balance their hormones, and that's okay. But men can't do that. Our hormones that's weak sauce. They just don't want to have men that would be able to resist tyranny. And then I also think the
okay.
Well, I got missing the last point.
Sarah, could you read the Mighty Anson Knowles?
Yes, I will absolutely read this. Thank you, Anson Knowles for Knowles. Thank you, Anson Knowles, for the $2. Prostate cancer is a myth, like the female climax.
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Are we doing the 900 number hour right now? Is that what we're doing?
If I'm asking,
did you not read the title? This is the chillest of chill streams.
If I'm requested to read something, I will give it my full theatrical effect.
I will have to tell you, Anson Knowles is going to splooge all over his computer screen.
Well,
if you keep
Anson probably doesn't know.
I'm going to be honest with you.
He probably doesn't know anything about the female climax because he's never gotten a woman there. It happened.
I think he's been married like 3 times, so
that's awesome. Probably why the problem is the problem. Okay. He wasn't dicking him down good enough, so that happened, and then they divorce you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We know that you know how to put in work.
Damn, why you gotta say it like that? Like what? Why?
Huh?
Why would you say it like that? That's just harsh, Sarah.
Yeah.
Really? From all of the shit that I've had to take on YouTube from men, just for merely. Oh my God, your chat hates me. But just for merely existing, okay? I merely
look. You know what, woman? Get in the kitchen. Just
that's mean. That's mean.
Listen, if I have to take it, then I am fully entitled to dishing it as well. So
that's fine.
You know, is wearing her.
I actually thought the chat liked you.
Watch out!
Oh my God, no, they hate, like, especially Raging Patriot. He loves to.
Yeah.
But I respect. True. I respect the hate.
He doesn't like anybody, though. I don't. I mean, I think he barely tolerates me.
Maybe, but either way,
are we not men?
Are We Not Men hates me. Angry Casper hates me. Like, it doesn't matter, and it's okay.
Angry Casper doesn't hate anybody.
I don't hate you.
Yeah,
Angry Casper.
Angry, he doesn't hate anybody.
Oh my God!
He's just it's in his name. He's the angry white man. Angry.
He just spurgs. It's okay. He means nothing.
Yeah, those are definitely some spurgs. But either way, it doesn't hurt my feelings. But I will dish it as much as I have to take it. So it's cool. I understand and I accept the concept that I hang with mainly a lot of males on YouTube. It's the space I'm in. I accept it. And if you want to hang with the boys, you got to take
it is like actually better than them simping for you. So.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I'd much rather my true...
If they didn't like you,
calling,
they wouldn't joke with you.
not always, but the true love I have are the ones that can be creative with their insults, like give me one I haven't heard before, instead of like, oh, she's just a single mom, or the based oracle shit or whatever. It's like, okay, that's old. Get something new. Get some new material, please. Come up with something else.
Serious Shelby delving into his redheaded self. Please, Sarah, read this one.
Oh, yes.
This one's great.
Aye, Captain. $5 coming in from Seriously Shelby. Sarah, you saying we dislike you means you are staying handcuffed to the stove and we are throwing tomatoes at you.
And coming in from Kronos. I'm gonna actually let Glenn read this one because this is perfect for him. Glenn
had to take a shit.
Oh, Glenn, yeah, he probably did. I'll read it.
He's touching up his balls right now.
Yeah, he's got to keep them shaved fresh. Woman, to hate requires care first, and some of us can't be bothered. LOL. Shots fired. Sorry, Mato. Just giving a general explain. It's explanation. I got what you meant. Kronos 420 with the $10. American. We like American money here. That's great. And Anson Knowles comes back. He took one on the chin. And he's he took one on chin. Now he's got to come back. From Anson Knowles, $10. Crap. Women walk around like their cash is gold plated. What they don't know is if it wasn't attached to them, they'd all be put somewhere to keep society safe from them. Man, Anson, that's rough, bro. That is rough. Anson's swinging for the fences. He is freshly divorced. He's fresh out. It's like being fresh out of prison.
When you don't heal your wounds, you tend to bring everybody else down with you. So it's okay. It's all right.
He was dating a nice Christian lady. His description. Maybe there's something. Maybe she's
Anson. The big giant plastic dolls don't count as women, nor dating, nor Christian. But if
Angry speak his name and he appears, Angry Casper is in the chat. Heal wounds, Angry Casper, my buddy. Yeah. I don't dislike Sarah. I think Sarah says some things sometimes that are just very interesting, but I don't dislike her.
Even if people did like it, you're not going to please everybody, and you have to acknowledge that, especially in an online community. Like, that's the one obstacle I think every content creator has to get over and move on with, is that you're not going to make them all happy.
Sure.
You can try all day long, and all it's going to do is try. I tried for a hot minute to keep everybody happy, and then I was like, you know what? Fuck all of you. It's never going to happen. If you please one party, you will only upset the other, and so on and so forth. So you just stay what you want, be who you are, and if they like you, they'll come. If they don't, then they'll still come.
Yeah, they'll just with rocks. King TL sends in $4.99. Good stream, new to your content. Stay doing you. Peace and respect. $4.99 American. That's awesome. It is interesting.
I think King TL was on the other night. He joined the panel the other night. Pretty sure that's him when we were doing our push-up.
I wonder if he's the guy who took me out at Verbal Combat, paid $60 to ace me. He didn't want competition. It was hilarious. He literally said that. He's like, Chris, you actually lost, but Good One's too much competition. He's got to go. And he aced me. It's very funny. It was very funny. I wonder if that's him. It was King something or the other. That was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was very funny.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm pretty positive he's the one that showed up on my panel. We had Chaotic. What was it? Chaotic something on. Not Truth. It wasn't Truth. It was Chaotic. It was spelled with a K. And then Hormaxer was on. Actually, is that the night Andrew popped on last Thursday? It could have been, but it was just a crazy off the wall panel. But I'm pretty sure King TL was the one that popped on.
Okay. Well, there's another King TL or something similar, and he aced me out.
Oh, that was him. Yeah, it was you, King TL. Yeah, he's cool. I want him back on. He was pretty chill.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm making coffee. Anybody want some? I'll get you some cookies and sandwiches too.
Patriot, I haven't taken any L's, bro.
Yes, please.
I haven't taken any L's.
I heard coffee and sandwiches.
Coffee and sandwiches. Okay. All
right. I just got back. We've been gone pretty much all day.
You know how I like my sandwiches?
Yes, sir. Fresh.
That's right.
And
cut the crust off.
Made with luck.
$4.99 from King TL. Once again, he says, "Good show, Grid 1." I try, man. I really try to have good shows tonight. Look, I was lazy this week. I'll be honest, guys. I was busy trying to help Glenn with his thing. I had some other things to take care of. I didn't arrange any guests for this weekend. I didn't, I did my usual show prep, but I didn't have specific subjects that I wanted to go into or anything like that. So,
and plus you had the debate yesterday. You were modding.
Yeah, I modded a debate yesterday, and that was great. That was actually really good. I think Joe has passed out. I think he finally got.
I think he had a little too much syrup.
I think his liquor level finally hit max, and he passed out, which is good. He needed that, and
I do not like my mayo warmed up. That's nasty, John. What's nasty? That's so nasty.
Gross. I could never imagine the idea of mayonnaise warm.
Yeah.
Like room temperature, when you first buy it, but that doesn't bother me, but not warm. Ew.
It's a chill stream, so what do you wanted? Chill off stream? I fly airplanes.
Who got cucked? That sounds gross.
Oh, well, the audience got cucked.
$2 from the Raging Patriot 77.6. Glenn Lawrence, tell Glenn to take his L's. LOL.
Look, man, I gotta be respectful. I'm gonna be respectful to my elders on his channel, but we all know he took that L.
No, we don't. We don't know that. We don't know that.
Who took the L on what?
I don't take any L. Well,
nothing. There's no L whatsoever. Gray never takes an L.
What do we?
I feel you though that on kind of not really putting together content. Like when you just get overly exhausted. Like this week.
Mr. Boulay keeps deleting John Dedman's post because he keeps saying he says mayo in them. And Mr. Boulay's like, I don't like mayo. He keeps deleting his post.
What did I say, King? What did I say, King? What did I say now? I'm just saying. I don't know what I'm saying.
No, I'm just not.
But like Michelle and I, even this past Mod Monday, we didn't even put a panel together we're just we're both tired and exhausted, and I feel like we've done so much work over the last 2 months that it just kind of bubbled, and I'm like, dude, I just don't even care. Whatever happens.
The Raging Patriot comes in with another $2. I'm stirring the pot and see what comes to the top. I got to be honest with you. I get that. I get that.
Shelby, don't you come over here and think you're going to start some shit.
Shelby, $5 American US dollars. Joe and Grid killed Glenn yesterday.
Oh, you're telling me that it took two.
Glenn.
It took two of them to try to defeat me? I know. That sounds pretty bad. I didn't need any help. I defeated Grid all by my lonesome.
No, you hit your head pretty hard. It's okay. You'll get over it. You're going to come back to your senses anytime now. It's okay. And when you wake up, you'll feel better.
Oh, King, like it would have been a good debate. It would have been funny. I think the debate would have been hilarious. Yeah. Honestly, I think it would have been just completely a shit show, but funny.
What's funny about the thing with what's funny about the whole thing is that Glenn started off in one place and ended up in a completely different place in his debate prep. So it was really cool to watch him go through that.
That was stressful, but
it was stressful.
I did come up with multiple arguments and different multiple approaches because of it, though.
Yeah,
you know. So like, like either way he would have came at me, it would have been a shit show, but it would have been funny.
Yeah. What was interesting is that in the middle of it, I had a.
Oh God, you can talk about it. That's where I just tuned you guys out.
I destroyed like 3 or 4 people in the middle of it just because I'm pretty sure that Jake over at VO Pod's pissed off at me, and there's a couple others that I just went full on like, shut the fuck up.
What was this? What did I miss?
What did you miss? Everybody missed it because most of it was private, but. Not on. Well, Arthur Dye was on the panel when Jake kind of got like. So you know how people project on other people, Sarah?
Isn't that a female word to use?
Well, it's a female characteristic. Damn right. Damn right. It's a female characteristic, and so we were having a discussion about Ben, and look, and again, I don't like Ben. It's not, and look, it's not even that it's not even any of the nonsense, the legend surrounding him. Who cares? You know, there are people that, dude, I've been sued so many times. You have no idea. I've had people that call me a lying son of a bitch for months.
I think it would be immoral to like Ben.
It comes close. Yeah, to like Ben. Yeah. But I just don't dislike him, right? Like he's like wallpaper. He's there.
I despise him.
Well, and you probably should.
He disgusts me, you know, especially the way he treats Grace and the way he treated Courtney. Like we sat and watched him just maul over Courtney, you know, verbally, and it was almost embarrassing to.
Yes, I didn't see any of that. I don't have any of that backstory.
Yeah, we've been dealing with him.
Read this, and I'll continue down the
path. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's totally fine. $5 from Anson Knowles. I'm a huge fan of Sarah's do as thou will attitude. It's as unique as Hot Topic clothes wearing teens who think they're alternative.
Oh, that's good. I like
that's good.
Creative. That is creative, Anson. Now I like you even more. Hot Topic. I remember when Hot Topic was like the shiznit.
Yeah, because it was right next to Spencer's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the mall. When we had malls. Anyway, so I just don't. I don't really care about Ben. Sometimes he's good to debate with, and he's capable. And I kept making the point to Jake, who he's like, well, he's not a conservative, and I'm like, well, no, he is a conservative, and he's Christian. Now, whether or not you agree with him being a practicing Christian or whatever, that's irrelevant. He knows. He knows this stuff pretty forward, and Jake was letting himself get caught up in his judgment of Ben versus the reality of what Ben is. And well, he's not one of us, is what he kept saying. And I'm like, well, who cares? I mean, he holds the same worldview. He just comes at it in a different point.
He's unhinged. Like
He's unhinged. Yeah. That's a good word to use. He's unhinged, right? Like in his point of view, we all more or less hold the same worldview. We just don't see it from his angle, right?
Yeah, just a different perspective.
Sure.
No, I agree with that. I think he still sits on the right-leaning side of things and Christian values, conservative viewpoints, and sometimes he can actually make a reasonable point. Sometimes, and that's not a lot, but it's so diluted in his other crazy talk that like you'd have to sit and sift through all the crazy talk first, in order to like find that one actual point.
Glenn had to rewind all the way through to find that. So
what I really dislike about Ben is that he does know the Bible very well, and he tries to use it and twist it. And Jesus was actually hardest on the Pharisees, who knew the scriptures forward and backwards, but would twist them and try to use them to make themselves look good and glorify themselves. And Jesus was very kind and compassionate to the actual degens who were genuine in seeking him. And to me, Ben's misuse of scripture is what is most dangerous.
Yeah. So anyway, I didn't actually get into it with Jake, but I was just like, I was cutting, I don't know. There was a little bit of like, you're missing the point. If you're going to prepare for a debate, you prepare for the debate, and you actually read the topics. You understand the point of view that the guy's going to come at you with, and you figure it out, right? Just saying, well, he's not a conservative, so he's a degenerate, and all of this is totally irrelevant to preparing for the debate. And I just thought it was, and I was really tired, by the way, like Friday night or Thursday night, whenever the hell it was. I was like crazy tired, and I just didn't have it in me to like even care. I was like, yeah, I'm going to bed. And then I couldn't go to sleep right away. I was like, I was going to come back in, but it was worse when I tuned back in. I was like, oh, nope, I'm not coming back in. This is even worse. So I have to be honest. Glenn did an amazing job with the tools that he were given. It was really good.
I think for Jake just comes in too hot too quick. At least my experience with him and other things I've seen. He fails to take the step back and listen to what's being said, and just like puts out there what he thinks you're going to say before you haven't even said it yet.
Like, he projects his value and position on things, right? Like, so if you say that you don't really support Trump on this issue, he might just jump ahead and say, well, then you don't support Trump.
Right. I think he internalizes it too much.
Could be.
Like almost like he takes it as a personal insult if you disagree with him.
I like him a lot, and I think that he's a really good guy, and he means like super.
He means well, but I think he.
I don't sense that there's any like duplicity or anything like that, which is
not at all, and that's a good thing to have.
Right.
I think that if he just took a step back, calmed down, took a breath first, and listened to what's being put forth on the panel or in the conversation, and then digest it first, and then actually spit out an argument to it, instead of like he goes straight for insults or like, oh, you're a this, you're a that. And it's like we can sit here and label each other all day long. It's not going to make a difference in the argument. Hit the argument point, the talking point.
So me personally, I had an opinion of Ben as being just a low life, just not even worth really talking about, right? And I treated him that way, actually, right? Like I did. I'll be honest about it. I just didn't want. I didn't even want to talk to him. And then I had a argument with him on CT where Ben came on specifically to try and call me out on calling him a criminal. And I was accurate when I called him a criminal. And he kept maintaining that he was not a criminal because he had not been to prison or whatever. And I'm like, look, you can split hairs all you want. You've been arrested. You've spent time in jail. You'll be arrested again if you go to specific states in your current position. So I mean, you're a criminal. You may not be a criminal right now today, but you are a criminal. And so, and the fact that he is, since that argument where he tried to steamroll over me and use a bunch of non-existent, or not non-existent, but non-logical arguments against me, ever since then, every conversation we've had has been fairly reasonable. And when we argue, or debate rather, when we debate, it's been more or less. Look, he's never 100% in good faith, I don't think. And I told him that, but he's been, he's been okay. It's kind of like arguing with destiny, right? Like, he's going to be weird, but you just do it anyway. And so I just really dislike him. It's just, there's no point where he'll ever be like welcome. There's no point where he's going to be like anything but suspect. But at the same time, I don't hate him. We can have a conversation, not on my panel, but on,
Right.
If he's on a panel, I'm not going to run away from him. Right.
Yeah, I think he's just absolutely trash. He
Sure.
always comes in with a lolcow agenda. He likes to shake up panels in a really derogatory way that just, it's like, I have no respect for him for hurting Grace or his wife. Also like
His wife.
Courtney's just mentally dissolved. Because of this is just my opinion, because of a lot of the things that he's said. I mean, we've seen it on screen. Like, we've been dealing with him for like the last.
Yeah, I mean, his wife used all that to divorce him and basically take everything he.
Yeah, and it's, to me, like, that's your own damn fault. And it's men that are in that position.
I have no sympathy for Ben Thorpe at all.
No.
I mean, like
I am not like, I'm not a big, I don't like the guy at all that much either. Yeah. And like I didn't even want to debate him. To me, I thought it would have been
weird. That was weird that he wanted so much to debate you. I still don't get that one.
I told him, like, if he wants to debate me, he have to pay for my time. I should still send him a bill.
It's kind of the same thing that Flo did, right?
Flo still send a bill.
And he got all pissed off about it. And then he came in and he wanted to start shit all the time, to the point where I was like, dude, I just don't like you. Go away. And he's not allowed on the channel anymore, because that's what happens.
I should still send him a bill. I should, send him an invoice. Because
you can collect from people.
Oh, Raging Patriot, you are so sweet. Thank you. Look at that.
Patriot, are you sick?
Oh, dropping my stuff.
Considering becoming a member of Raging Patriot.
Yeah.
Raging Tomato, the sandwich maker, and the female prattlist. that is the nicest thing he said.
You knew the policy.
That was so sweet. Like, he actually dropped my link and everything. And that's a compliment. That's a compliment coming from Raging Patriot. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, it's also our policy here that anyone, no matter how much I dislike them, anybody that comes up on the panel and talks and acts in good faith, we promote their channel. You don't have to ask us to do it. We just do it.
Ben has a problem with me because he's mad when I reviewed something and I said that he's an example of what a father shouldn't be, or what a bad father is, or something like that.
I think that's what it is.
He took that personally, and I
just called him a criminal. You called him a bad father.
Well, that's my opinion. So you don't like my opinion? From what I've seen, I can't say that's a good father.
Sure. And I would agree with you. I don't know that he's a good father. I don't know he's a bad father. The problem is I don't have enough background on the guy to really truly hate him.
But I'm saying, going off what has been
Seeker, I'm not
online
fan at all.
Yeah, like what has been viewed online. I've seen that video that Easy had. Hold
on. The people that have seen the interactions between Ben Thorpe and I, is there anything that would lead you to believe that I like Ben Thorpe? Well, Sarah, you can't comment. I'm sorry, but Glenn can.
Okay, Glenn, you're lying. You really like Ben? I do.
No,
really?
Me.
Oh.
He says, Grid, you've made it obvious you're a huge Ben fan. No, I'm not. We heard you say, I don't like you, but no, I literally told him, Ben, I really dislike you, and I hate that I have to be nice to you right now. I said that the other night on Glenn's show. And I did tons of complaints. That's right. Okay, Glenn, I don't know. I think somebody's in the alcohol.
Am
I misreading that?
I don't know.
All right.
Anyway. I'm taking that with sarcasm.
Yeah.
I don't.
It doesn't actually make sense the way it's written.
I didn't even want to debate him. I told him he needed to pay me $5,000. My time is money.
Yeah.
And then Andrew called me and convinced me, and then I'm like, all right, I'll do it for free. But now that he didn't show up, I should still send him a bill for $5,000 to waste my time.
Rumpelstiltskin is on. Angry Casper still here? I think we bored him to sleep.
Glenn, you cannot send anybody a freaking bill. You are always unreliable. Sometimes
I'm
you don't
always late,
show
not unreliable.
up.
Late, but not unreliable.
Absolutely not. You have no room to talk whatsoever.
No, I'm only late for you, just so you know.
No, this is not true. I've seen you be late.
To where?
You couldn't figure out the fatty thing, the team fatty thing. I remember that.
Oh,
I was the one finding out and letting Fatty know that Andrew couldn't make it, wasn't going to come on. And I only figured that out because I saw Andrew doing a chill stream at the same time of that debate set up, and I was like, wait a minute. And I remember messaging Andrew. I was like, hey, are you doing the debate with Fatty?
No. I emailed Fatty back. Like I have the correspondence, so that's fine. I got the emails, but I'm only late to your streams.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because I don't get sandwiches ready for me at the door.
You don't get sandwiches when you're late.
Well, I didn't get sandwiches when I was on time either.
You were never on time, Glenn.
Yes, I was. To me, I was. In my world.
In your world.
Don't argue with me, woman. Get back in the kitchen.
Every single one. And then that one we were supposed to have our date night, and you were
I was on time.
No, you weren't. You were like you were over on Base Oracle's stream, I think, or someone's. And you were
and then I got off there, and then I went over to yours on time.
So Sarah, the other night when I was over on your panel, now that you mentioned Based Oracle, there was somebody that asked something about dating you, and you told them to ask Based Oracle, and I thought that was hilarious. I didn't actually understand the backstory of it, but I thought it was very funny.
I probably said something like, because everybody always comes and bugs me in my chat, but I never see anybody bugging him. So probably had to do with that, because it's like, ask him. Like, you guys.
No, it was like something. Sarah, I want to take you out, or I wish, man, I'm the worst at clipping stuff, by the way, and I don't mark anything. But anyway, so it was funny because you're like, you'll have to ask Based Oracle about that, and it was just like a complete mic drop moment. It was hilarious.
Oh, really?
I didn't know if you meant it, or I don't know which way you meant it in, and I don't have the full context because I was only on your show for like 5 minutes.
It was probably some asshole-ish comment from me. Like, because, obviously I'm single as a $1 bill now, but like, I just get so annoyed. Huh?
Single as a Pringle?
Single as a Pringle. Single as a $1 bill in a stripper's asshole.
Wow. Wow. That's not a visual I needed. I am disappointed.
What's the stripper's name?
You might know her. Viking Paradigm might be able to pull her up.
Oh, Viking probably has already slept with her.
Oh my God.
He's the one that probably put that single stripper dollar bill in there.
Supporting single moms all over.
That's right. We have a single mommy stripper fund. All right. We're taking one stripper off the pole one at a time.
Paint the picture. Oh man, it's tough. It's a tough room, guys. It's a tough room.
Mm-hmm.
I had someone literally message me an hour before this show and said, I'm from such and such board or a forum, whatever show or channel. Is there any way that they could come on my panel? So I sent them a link and I said, hey, I go live and I do a monologue for like probably 10 minutes or so. We're just going to introduce the channel a little bit and talk to people. And then you can come on up. And I'm still waiting. We've been on for, a couple hours now, a little while. It's very funny. People get all wound up about being on the show, and then they don't come on the show. I know what it feels like now. So.
I don't really foresee any, like, I haven't really had any. I've had some people, like I had one person reach out to me and basically tell me I should interview them. And I was like, the fuck? Like, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, I think you should have me on your show and we should talk about X, Y, and Z. And it had everything to do with them. And like, I just kind of kindly responded, like, hey, I'm not really doing any interviews for a while. Like, we've kind of shut that piece down for a while. And, but I'm certainly happy to bring it up on like a certain, if you join a certain panel or whatever, like it's fine, but I'm not going to make a whole evening out of that one small topic. It's not anything I would care to talk about. Haven't heard from them since.
Yeah.
Oh, Raging Patriot. Can I read this
one? $2 comes in from Raging Patriot. Please read this because I am not gonna.
Scratch and sniff chocolate scented $1 bills.
That's so funny. Thank you, Raging Patriot. For what I'm not sure, but thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's been an interesting little ride. It's I've had people that will message me for weeks about being on the show. They have a topic they want to talk about. They want all this stuff, and then it'll come down to like the 2 days before. They're barely responding to messages, or they it takes them 5 hours to respond or something, and then day of, they're like, it's ghost town, like nothing. It's crazy.
My biggest issue is getting some people to even check their damn messages, like some content creators. And I'm like, you're not big enough to not check your damn messages or leave, like not get back to me for a whole day. And me, like when I start getting ready to push a show, like move fast, especially when we put together Mod Monday panels, because everybody wants in on them. So I start with like my dream panel and I ask those original 4, and then I give them 1 day to get back to me. And if they don't, if anybody on that dream panel doesn't get back to me, then I move on to like my next best choice, and then I keep moving down the line. And then they'll get back to me like two days later, and I'm like, hey, I already gave up the spot, but you can have hot seat fast pass, or you can be a backup. But like, I can't stand when people, like, especially in the online community as content creators, like, early bird gets the worm. That's why I always try to be responsive to people as quickly as I can, especially if they're asking me to join something or do something, even if I have to say no. I at least want them to know, so they're not sitting there in limbo, waiting for stuff. But outside of that, like people bringing ideas or sending me stuff or whatever, I just kind of, sometimes I'll just have to let it sit there for a while, like for a day or so, because I have other things I have to do, and it just gets too much.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know. The guest thing has been very interesting. I have specific people I really like to have as guests, and I like to have them on. But Flakes, I don't really like to have on.
We have a naughty list for Flakes. Glenn's on the naughty list.
Is he really?
He is, because he's late and has always, he literally is. He's on the naughty list. Chaotic Truth bailed one day, so he's on the naughty list.
Chaotic Truth is truly chaotic. He tried to come in last night, so he's like, he dropped in the chat and said link, and I'm like, well, the link's already in the Discord. It's in your, but it was, I didn't realize that the link that I had, or who I thought was his Discord, was not him. It was whoever runs his Discord.
Well,
and so I was like, okay, well, that's weird. So
yeah. I think he goes around because he does that to my like I could be in the middle of monologuing in the welcome of my show and running through the topic, and it's like it's when I open the panel, it's very clear that the panel is open. Like the damn link is pinned at the top, but when it's not, like there's no link pinned, right? Like I think I'm pretty consistent with how I run my shows, but
Yeah.
I feel like Chaotic Truth will run through anybody who's live who he knows does panels, and he'll just drop by and drop in the word link and expect you to drop it for him. And whoever drops,
Yeah, that's the way he runs his panel. So he, you know, the way he runs his panel, and so he,
well, I think he does it. I think he goes and just drops into a show and says link, and if you don't immediately drop it, he leaves and goes on to another show and says the same thing, and then just like continues until he gets. I think he's like, and it just I figured this out recently that like that's what he does, and to me, like you're not even watching the damn show.
Sure.
Like you have no like because if you were paying attention, you would have seen like literally 3 minutes ago when I said I'm going to open up the panel here in about half an hour. Whatever I'm very vocal with my agenda for the evening.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to let you read this, and then I'll tell you some interesting stuff. But go ahead.
Oh my God. And you're so right, Anson. Actually, Sarah's dream panel is so degen, it makes the Addams family look like the Brady Bunch. Yes, that's 110% true. Like I will scrape to find the degen of degens because you feed the right people the degens, they'll show up for it.
Yeah. So it's very interesting how specific groups do their panels. Like in CT's world, he will randomly drop the panel as if he doesn't have panelists coming up, because his shows are so long that somebody will be there for like an hour and a half, and then they can't get on, they'll just leave. And so he just randomly, or if somebody says link, he'll drop it. Like I'm like, hey, give me a link, and he'll drop me the link. But he does it in the chat, and so that's interesting. And there's a few shows that do it like that. And then you have like a lot of the shows in the panelist space, like you and Glenn and some others, they pin the link to the top, and that's cool. For me, you have to go through a mod to get the link, or I have to give it to you. You basically have to be given the link directly. And like last night, we had a deal where somebody gave the link out to somebody else, and I ended up with one person came on, and I was like, well, that's weird that she has a link, but I figured that somebody had given it to her. I actually thought a mod had given it to her. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then but then I had two people in my chat, and I'm like, why are these people here? In my, waiting in the green room. I'm like, why are they there? And I had one of them come up and one of them not, because I already had enough people. And what I don't like is I don't like people over talking and shouting over each other on the panel. I like to have really good conversations. And so that you and Glenn can, if you and Glenn started like really having a great conversation, Arthur Dye and I could just sit here and be quiet. If you and Arthur Dye started having a good conversation, Glenn and I would be quiet. So it's, to me, I have a specific way I like to do it, and everybody else does too. But
you're more laid back.
I am very laid back. Well, it's not just that I'm laid back. I just have a very specific way that I want the show to run, because there's this very specific type of audience that I'm trying to cater to eventually. And so the panel shows, the way that they're run now, they're not conducive to that. So I wouldn't be able to do that down the road.
No, and that makes sense. And I think every content creator should find their own little path. Like obviously, like even my show runs a little more heavy on the crazy vibes, like we lean in on chaos, but it's like organized chaos, Like, I don't like it when they start getting to the point where you can't hear anybody because they're screaming over each other. Like, you scream all you want, yell at each other. Just don't do it over each other's voices, because then it just sounds stupid.
Yeah, I ended up sending that one kid, or not kid, he was an old man. It was so bad. And I guess everybody thought I did it for Andrew, but honestly, nobody could hear you talk. Nobody could hear anybody on the panel talk except that one guy. And I'm like, you know what? Give that guy the night off, because the entire panel will do better.
Yeah, he was drinking too. And he just became interruptive. And it's like, look, I'm okay if you want to have a conversation. Even I'm okay if you want to yell at each other. I don't care. But if you ask a question, let the person at least give you the answer before you start chiming in and interrupting it. It was just getting to a point where, like, Nightish, he was just interrupting.
Yeah, that's his Nightish.
Yeah. And I don't have any hate for him. Like, it was
no, I don't. I mean, it was just like Andrew was trying to talk to somebody, and then somebody else, and then Andrew said what he had to say. He was quiet, and then there was somebody else, and I don't remember who else was on the panel, but that somebody else was trying to talk to somebody else. Like, it was a completely different conversation, and then Nightish started yelling at them and at Andrew. And I'm like, nobody can talk. Like,
yeah, and I listened to him because he went on Flo State's panel the other night, because Flo was reviewing it.
Okay.
And Nightish went on, and he was saying, he's like, I didn't even know that was Andrew until like the very end. He had no idea that he thought it was someone else or something up until like the very end of it. And I think he was piecing together like the chats that were coming.
Why is that back up? That shouldn't have come back up.
He put a different one in.
Oh, did he?
Dream panel. Yeah, because Sarah's
$5 for Mr. Knowles again. Sarah, please read.
Oh, you skipped the OnlyFans one.
I did?
Yeah, I thought you were just waiting, but
no. I missed.
I'll read it. Can I read it?
So here's the thing: is that I have my chat down on my lower screen, and I have my monitor's right in front of me, but the chat's over here. Well, where's my arm? There, it's over here. So I have to literally, if you know, I'm reading the chat when I'm doing this, because then I'm reading the chat. But if I'm looking at the monitor, I'm not looking at the chat.
Oh, well, what are you looking at the monitor? Like, because we're
you guys, and I'm looking at. I have the number of people there, and I have some other stuff up, but that's it. Here we go.
Off. But Anson Knowles comes in with the $5, and he says, Sarah's dream panel is so degen. It makes OnlyFans top creators look like the Hallmark Channel at Christmas.
You gotta love Anson Knowles. Okay.
I do. They're creative.
One up. $5 again from Mr. Knowles.
Sarah's dream panel is so degen. It makes Kamala's bush look like the garden at the Palace of Versailles.
And then, of course, my good buddy Kevin comes in with, this implies Anson has seen the bush in question. Wow. That's a stinger. That's a stinger. That's,
that actually reminds me, Raging Patriots dropping my link again. Thank you. But he says, woman prattle and sandwich making, because Grid, you actually sponsored a sandwich making stream.
I did.
Yeah, that was so fun. And then Bad Gemini came on and made fun of me for not seasoning my chicken. I'm like, I was literally just making these for a show. Like, I'm not doing anything with any of this. It doesn't have to taste pretty because I'm the only one taking bites out of it. And then I'm
I have to, it's an interesting thing to me, because to me, if I, look, if I go over and you say something cool, and, or, like you were doing the little drive and you needed like $20 or something or whatever to make it work, why would I do that? And then I think there was one night where Andrew, you were like 300 short, and Andrew and I were like, well, we'll each put in 150. And I think I put in mine, and I don't know if Andrew ever put in his or not, but I, and I would have covered his side of it. And then
300 short for what?
I don't know what it was. It was something that you were doing. And Andrew was like, he like, if he'll cover maybe it was 150 short. I covered 75. He covered 75. I don't know what it was. Anyway, but
I don't think I've ever really put numbers out there.
yeah, it was something. It was something that we were short for you. And then the last one was, the nightish thing. And I look, and I'm just picking on your channel for a minute. I do this with many channels, right? Channels need support, right? Like this is not something that it should be new, right? Like it costs money to do this for most people. Most people are not, gamer dudes just doing it in their basement half-ass, like most people take it seriously enough to have to devote time to it. They have to do, maybe they had to increase their internet capability, whatever. It's not most of the people I support are not using a $20 webcam.
Right. Even like just buying the tech gear alone, right? Like laptop, camera, lights, monitors, the soundboard. I mean, that can run you anywhere between 3 to 4K just in and of itself. And then you have to pay for your StreamYard. You have to pay for if you're using like thumbnail creation, if you're using the video creation, like all of those other apps that you have to use. Like I pay for pro stuff so that I can really like do my best. And then you're also paying, like it's just, or even like my Twitter. I was running Twitter for free until and I was able to feed my streams. And I don't really care too much about the Twitter, but in order for me to keep feeding into it, and then for me to be able to message people and all, and it was like $11 a month. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh, the monthlies get you, man.
Oh my God.
So between like Wondershare, where I rip video, that's a monthly membership. I have 2 AI programs that I use. That's a monthly membership or yearly membership. It never ends. Like the monthly stuff just kills you. It's pretty crazy.
Aw, Anson. Can I read it?
Absolutely. I was hoping you would.
Hanson coming in with the $5. Sarah gets 100 cool points for laughing at the jokes made at the expense of her show. Much respect given. Thank you for having a rare sense of humor. But see, this is exactly my point, is the creativity behind it. Like you put thought process into those, and Grid One gets supported at the same time. I don't like the more people super chat making fun of me when I'm on somebody else's panel. All I'm seeing is that other content creator getting additional support. Like, and if they're gonna, as long as they don't talk about my kids, and they don't take any cheap shots, I'm totally down with being the expense of expenses.
Yeah.
And people have to, like, people do that on my streams. Like, people come in with $5, $10, $20 to make fun of somebody on panel. And, there are some that we're like, no, I'm not reading that at all. Like that's a low blow, or just violates all of our principles here. But most of them, like 99% of them, will read, because it's like, you got to be able to take it with a grain of salt. You have to be able to laugh at it, So that's why I happily take it on the chin. If I'm on another panel and somebody's just, as long as they're super chatting it, I'll laugh at it all day long and love it even more.
Yeah. It's an interest, but it is an interesting thing being a content creator. So when you're having I want to make sure that anybody that comes on here that has a channel that gets supported. We're in a big deal now. Joe Mobley, who's probably passed out right now. He's a little under the weather today, but so he was a massive content creator about a year and a half ago. He had a radio show. He was on 5 or 6 stations across the country. He was doing podcasts every day, huge on Twitter, huge on YouTube, and YouTube nuked his account. and it took him a while to start over, and now he started over. So we're at, one of the things I've done and I'm about to do again is I will literally tell people, go help this guy, go help this guy out, go sub to his channel, watch his content. He's really good. And it means the world to him to rebuild his channel, his outlet. And again, he's put a lot of money in it, a lot of time into it, and it is what it is. So
yeah, I think more content creators should be supporting each other, across the board, whether you like him or not. Like I mean, I do have some points where I'm like, yeah, no, I'll never say that person's name on my panel ever. They can suck an egg. But outside of that, the bulk of it, like, I happily push. I always, push it to my mods too. Like, if you just ask our mods, I don't care if you're just in chat and you're starting a channel and you're like, hey, I need more subscribers, can you, whatever. Like, yeah, ask the mods, they'll drop the link in the chat for you. No big deal. Like, I'm happy to do it because it's a platform for you to utilize, and that's that's kind of the basis of my channel, is the networking and connectivity. Like, I think Michelle and I are so networked across the board to so many different categories and styles and types of people that, like if anybody needed, if somebody, I get this a lot. This is how we realized this is like my forte. Like, I started getting messages from people, hey, could you connect me with X, Y, and Z? I wanted to have them on for an interview, or I wanted to bring them on a panel, or I wanted to connect, whatever. And it just kind of started happening naturally, and I was like, oh my god, like, why have I not realized that this is what I'm good at? Just making, like, having a pretty fairly neutral stance with people, to the point where I can connect and be networked across the board to different platforms. And so that's why I proudly promote other people. And the favorite, like, the one thing that, like, I wake up in the morning excited knowing, is when I see two people that, like, interacted on my panel that have never met before, and then, like, a day or two later, they're on each other's panels, or somebody's in somebody else's chat, or like, oh, hey, the tomato sent me over here, I saw you on the and that's what gets me excited, like, knowing that it's working. People are intermingling, and they're going, like, Rachel's Ghost, I promote her channel all the time, and I'm happy to do so. I love Rachel to pieces, and she always promotes mine too. But the thing I love seeing is, if I go and watch her show in the morning, some of my people from the night before that were in my chat are now in her chat, and she's like, oh, you're from the tomato show, and to me, I think that's like, you're just giving people new channels to check out, and new perspectives, new opinions, and new friends, and I think that's we should be promoting that.
Well, I mean, so first I want to answer the natural immunity. You'd have to ask Joe Mobley why they killed his account. He's told me, but I don't repeat other people's misery, because I could get it wrong. But yeah, he's rebuilding. He's doing okay on Rumble, but he just now came back to YouTube, and he's got to rebuild. Got to get some followers and all that. So,
did
Glenn
today,
John Denman? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was asking, did Glenn and Arthur Dia fall asleep?
Probably.
No, I'm still here.
Arthur
I have much to add. So
Arthur Dia will go to sleep because she's in a medical profession, and they sleep anywhere at any time.
I was just trying to be polite. Jesus.
See, and that's actually true and it's interesting because people do find that weird on my panel, that people will let you talk without talking over you. It's very funny. Anyway, John Deadman, I am not growing in a stash. I just haven't had time to shave today, and my wife is My wife is not home, so I get to not shave for at least.
Admit it. You want to be like Chris Lestrange.
No. I can't pull off the wax mustache look, but I used to have, I used to wear a little nice stash, but my wife doesn't like it, and that's fine.
Yeah, I used to pull off the stash too, but my wife didn't like it either. So yeah,
I'm very interesting that you had a wife, and we can touch on that later. But I'm not, I'm not going to judge or anything. I saw something I wanted to kind of go over, but I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. So, John Deadman. So John Deadman was in here a few weeks ago, and he and I noticed that he was kind of being a jackass. And so somebody, and I forget how I figured it out, but they were basically saying that they were going to that there are people coming over from another stream to disrupt my stream. And so I very, very politely, I ended my stream. I say, hey guys, I normally would sit around and talk for a little longer, but I got something I got to go take care of. So I'm going to cut it off here. And I rated somebody else. And then I went directly to the stream that was reportedly attempting to come over and derail my conversations. Went right over there and I confronted them 100% like live. And John Deadman was unfortunately the target of that. And but we're cool now, right, John? We're good, because I think we're good. But so it worked out pretty good. But yeah, it was interesting, because I actually believe that that's the way you just should always face things. If I have a problem with somebody, I'm going to tell them about it. I don't like the weird game thing. Grumpelstiltskin, you have to mute up. Lurking though, yes, we will in fact keep it sexy. That is my intention at all times. I'm certain that the others would cam up if they wanted to be sexy tonight, but it's cool. I got it. I'll carry it. And you have a great evening, Mr. Grumpelstiltskin. I understand, John Deadman, and again, we've got no problem. So, and it's all good. It's all good. So, Glenn.
Oh.
I'm gonna go to Glenn. I don't want to pick on Sarah anymore.
Oh, I was gonna say
what grid.
I'm sorry. I feel like I cut Sarah off. Sarah,
I was gonna say I'm kind of excited for tomorrow for the Undead Chronic debate with Andrew.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. That's gonna be good.
I got to be honest with you. I might actually break my no internet on Sunday rule to watch that.
Oh, yeah. These are two very strong personalities, and I am. What are you laughing
at? Sarah, could you read this from?
Oh Lord! Oh, sorry.
1776.
The Savior, the Flavor Wound Broom 2.0 Muff Grinder. What the fuck?
That's pretty damn creative. I gotta be honest with you. That's.
How long did it take you to come up with that one, Raging Patriot?
That is just really. That's really creative. All right, Glenn, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm just working on this clip for Andrew.
Oh, cool. That's good that you're working.
It's when Andrew debates himself. It's pretty funny.
It took him 3 seconds to come up with it.
Huh?
I like it when Rob Knorr debates Andrew.
Yeah, I'm working on the Andrew versus Andrew clip. It's pretty funny.
One of my favorite was Andrew pretending to be a liberal debating Rob Noor.
That's what I'm talking about. Rob
That
Noor,
one was really funny.
Rob Noor is such a great debater that when he can even like when he debated Jim Bob, he did an amazing because he knew it was a losing position, right? Like he knew I'm not winning this, but he did it anyway, and he did a
Rob is
great
on my list. Rob is definitely on my list to get as a panelist. I think he's. I've watched some of his stuff. I think he's really.
Yeah, he was supposed to come on my show. We just haven't. He had some stuff go on at work. He had to work a lot, and then we just haven't been able to make it work. But Andrew was like, because we were talking one day, and he's like, Rob is better than I am, really, and I was like, really, and he's like, yeah. He's like, he's not as popular, but he's technically a much better debater, and so I've been watching Rob's stuff. As a matter of fact, I sent him enough money. He was having a thing to buy a new computer, and I sent basically the payoff for the new computer to him. So because his stuff's really good.
That was really sweet and thoughtful and helpful.
Yeah, it costs very little to be nice. It just doesn't cost much. It costs a lot if you're not nice. It can cost you everything, actually. That's actually one of my rules to live by. In general, it costs us very little to be nice.
I agree with that.
It's literally everything if we're not nice.
Yeah, I've been trying to make my way around to like regular panelists or people that come on and try to kind of share some of the love back, like especially particularly for Mod Mondays, because Mod Mondays we do really well. And so I try to go and kind of like share the love back to the people that came on the panels, whoever's monetized at the very least. But I mean, just because they're the ones doing the work,
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's Andrew praises Rob as one of his top debate partner and sparring partner. Yeah, absolutely. Rob Noor is just really truly he's really truly incredible, and I don't know. I think he's really a really great debater. Angry Casper, shout out Greenskins, and Crucible just the same. Go figure that one out. Okay, I don't know who Greenskins is.
Greenskins, I believe, is Undead Chronic.
Yes.
I think I'm because I know he has that little green character guy, and I think they go like they call it the War Band. But yeah, I would say they are very, very different in terms of their belief system, but also very similar in terms of like having strong personalities and even down to their laugh. Their laugh is almost the same. It's kind of scary. So, but yeah,
Jim Bob. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
John Deadman. Are you talking about Jim Bob? Jim Bob's really good.
I like Jim Bob. Jim Bob is one of my favorite panelists to have. I'm trying to get him back again. We just have to find the right topic for him, and his schedule too is a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted that Hung Lo Wang one, the sperm tour. He wanted it so bad, but he couldn't work out the schedule. I was like, oh, you're killing me.
That is so gross. I'm so glad that I wasn't involved in that deal.
That was a rough one, and like we already knew it was gonna be, but like when you bring the degen stuff to the screen, if you build it, they will come. So it's Michelle's great at finding these topics. I'll give her that.
Yeah. I helped Michelle out with her bird too. That was really cool.
That was so incredibly, like, you made a girl happy, like happy. She was so sad about that when her bird. I was like mid message with her or something, and she's like, "Oh my god, my fucking bird just got out," and I was like, "What? Like, does it come back? How does this work?" But yeah, but you definitely made her a happy girl, so it was very appreciated.
You mean Dave Smith? Dave Smith. Yeah, I remember Dave Smith. Dave didn't want to talk to me, which was unfortunate. Yeah, no, the thing about the thing about helping helping with the bird was that was another one of those why wouldn't I? Like my brother has birds, my brother and his wife. I don't know why, but they do. They have a lot of them, so I'm sure it would be terrible if a bird got out. And I find it interesting that anybody with the number of predatory birds that we have now. When I was growing up, we never saw a hawk. I mean, it was like really rare, and now they're everywhere. They're just everywhere, and I wouldn't have a pet bird for anything. That's just lunch. That's ringing the dinner bell. So, but yeah,
Yeah.
we've all lost pets, right? We've all lost. We've had a cat get out and disappear, or a dog run away or get run over or something. We've all had pets that have come to a tragic, I think most people have had pets that have come to a tragic end. I've been really fortunate that I haven't since I grew up, but it's the way it is.
Well, I mean, for Michelle, I look at it as, she's just such a huge supporter of so many shows, and she's really great for, like, when she gets memberships, she super chats, she offers, she's always contributing to channels left, right. And not even just my own. And she's a great networker as well. And she's very well versed. She knows so much about everything. And it's kind of like, I feel like the bird thing was a way of like everybody being able to give back, That's why she was, I remember just messaging her, I'm like, send me your Cash App. I need your Cash App. Fix the name so it doesn't have like your full name or something on it. And I just need your Cash App. And she's like, what? And I'm like, send me a picture of the bird too.
Yeah, that was really interesting because when I sent that, because you guys were using Cash App, I guess my name came up instead of because it's supposed to be, I changed it to a business Cash App just so that wouldn't happen, but that's okay. Which was fine. It's totally cool. My name's easy to find. If you have it just is. I was in the public light for too long. So I am who I am.
That makes sense.
I have you in my phone as Grid One.
Yeah,
I know your real name.
You have no idea how. You have no idea how. That's a great topic. Really quick, just
like when I go by your name, it's Grid One, and it's always that. I will never call you your real name unless you tell me never call me your real name or call me by my real name. Then I will start calling you by your real name just to be a dick.
Yeah. So I used to put people in my phone. This is hilarious. Let's see if I can pull up my content. Because I used to put people in my phone just all these weird ways. And like I have like my HVAC guy, right? Like I know his name, but why would I put that in there? He's my HVAC guy.
I'm dumbass on internet guy. Yeah, I know.
I usually put like I used to put the name in the car. I have Adam.
Bill Mobley woke up from his syrup.
Yeah. Oh, he did?
Your name comes up under shaved balls, Glenn.
No, it does not.
Well, that's a good thing.
So I have like Adam 3000 GT, Adam DSM, Adam Supra. I mean, I know a lot of Adams, and I usually have like what their car is, or what the phone is. So it'll be like Aiden phone, right, and Aiden watch. So I know what I'm calling. I'm very interested. It's very interesting how I put people's names in the phone. I have a buddy of mine, Brian the Legend Nelson. He's hilarious, and so I think it's funny. Like I don't know why we do it that way. It's just funny.
I'm very specific about not wanting to know people's real names. Uh, oh yeah, like for especially on YouTube, because I don't ever want them. I don't ever want them to come on a panel and me accidentally say, like, just out of natural conversation, their real name. And I hate it. I hate it when people randomly send me personal information about themselves, and I'm like, please don't send me like. I don't want to, because I don't ever want like them to, they're like something about them gets out, and I don't want them to ever think like that was me, because I'm like, I would rather you never tell me anything personal about you. I don't want to know where you live. I don't want to know your real name. I don't want any of this, because I don't ever want that responsibility of even knowing it's there.
Then stop calling me by my real name.
But yeah, like with people I interact with online, and even like with them offline, like I don't want to know, or I will never call them by it. You can tell me all day long, and I'm not gonna call you by your first name ever. I just don't want to know.
Joe Mobley, I'm trying to drum up some subs for you, buddy. I told everybody about your nuked channel and everything, so I'm trying to help you out, man. So, don't go back to sleep yet. Even though I know you're like, he's been doing bourbon and cough medicine because he's sick. So he's messed up. Yeah, what's interesting is that I would not have actually used the Grid One Motorsports moniker to start with, except that most of my social media or YouTube stuff was all Grid One, because we had a race team. And that's, even though I hadn't used it in years, and I deleted I deleted all the videos off of it and everything. It still was that. So when I started sending in the super chats to whatever, that's what everybody knew me as. And that's why, and I didn't change it when I started my channel, because everybody knows me as that. And I'm used to it too. I was basically called that for a decade or so. So, and when I shut the shop down and shut the businesses down, I kept those were the only accounts that I kept open. Like, the automotive service shop, I don't think there's a digital footprint of that you could easily find. Horsepower research, I don't think you can find a footprint of that. Maybe you can. That's been shut down for a very long time. There's a lot of when I shut down the businesses, I was pretty good to kill everything off, but this is one that I didn't, and I was, so it's fine. But if you do a Google search on it, you will find, I Google search myself a lot, or the business name quite a lot. You'll find a lot of information, but it's old and out of date, and you're going to have a hard time actually getting a hold of me. So, but that was, again, I was in the public eye all the time. I've been on TV, fine. I do not live in the fears. The fears fear me. That was depressing. All right, what's up, Glenn? What are you doing? How are the clips going?
He's taking another shit.
He is.
Can we see the Andrew clip yet?
I'm wearing my Depends. I don't need to take a shit. I get shit where I sit.
Jesus Christ.
But I just finished the Andrew clip.
I was going to tell you that's actually, guys in the military do that if they have to, like, if they're out waiting to do things to people.
I know.
Okay.
You forgot military.
Yeah.
So can we see the clip yet?
Yeah, when Andrew posted.
Pop from accounting.
Oh, we can't get a sneak preview?
No.
Glenn is so stingy with his clips, man.
So I get that, like Andrew paid me for them. Why would I give them out ahead of time before
it's his job?
Jeez, Arthur Dyer. Just so rude.
Sarah, what brought you into the social media realm?
She was like, you know what? Fuck all these motherfuckers. The red pill, the blue pill, the pink pill, the blue pill. The blue pill that gives you hard-ons. The blue pill that make you shit. I'm gonna say something about this. That's what she said.
Actually, it was Ashley who got into it.
Oh, Smashley?
Yeah, and
I haven't seen her in a while.
oh, well, that's probably okay. But
I don't think I've ever talked to her.
She brought me in, like she made like, a channel. And I think she got into it, but she found Playing with Fire on TikTok, I think it was, and went to his show on YouTube and challenged him to like argue the whatever he was talking about. And they ended up being cool during that, like, or whatever. And then I started watching it because she's like, you have to watch, like, and interact with the chat and all these things. So of course, Playing with Fire's chat was the first. Like, I learned all about being roasted in a chat because like we were baptized properly. So there's like no chat that's scary for us at this point. But so I started watching Playing with Fire, and it happened to be a speed dating night. And I remember texting Ashton like, dude, we need to do this speed dating. Like, this looks fun. Let's do this. And so we did. We went on speed dating, and then we started working on her channel and doing shows over on hers. And then I slowly started making the News from the Manosphere videos, which were fun. And now, I mean, I guess here I am. We met Michelle along the way in the Playing with Fire chat. Yeah. So that was like 2 years in the making of like going on everybody else's shows and interacting with all of these people. And then now here we are. And yeah, I started live streaming back in January. Yes, I'm taking a bath. I am. Patriot. Sorry, it was starting to get late and I was enjoying the conversation. So I was like, well, I really want to take my evening bath, but I didn't want to leave. That's another thing I'm known for. Especially over the last 2 years, because I always use my phone to get on panels.
For taking
don't accidentally turn the camera on.
Oh no, we've got a whole process here. The phone
is like bordering on OnlyFans.
Well, but the thing of it is like I would end up on panels and they would go late, like this is going, and I'm like, I always have a bath at night. Like, it's, my Epsom salt, my bubble bath, all those things. And it's like part of my shutdown stuff. So, I continue the conversation and take a bath.
Sarah, wow, you just sent me a picture. Interesting.
Don't say that. That's terrible.
Better hope your camera doesn't accidentally come on.
The guy with all the editing software just told you that he's got a picture. That's funny.
Yeah, Epsom salt and bubbles always, every night, unless I'm streaming, and then it's a whole nother ball game. But
what's that thing behind your head?
Huh?
That's stuck to the wall.
What are you talking? Are you talking to me?
He's being funny.
Oh, I'm like, what? I'm like, I'm literally looking behind. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's a Knowles. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Oh,
Anybody
no.
want to read that one?
I think
not particularly.
A guy should read that one.
Giggity, all right.
Giggity. Oh, hey, I can't do it. Too tired.
Well, for the record, I'm not in the bathtub. I'm working on my statistical analysis of my cardiac surgery patients.
Yeah, that's nerd shit. Shut up. Bathtub.
Don't they have a computer that does that yet?
I'm kidding, Arthodiah.
I'm not.
Was it bath time story hour?
Apparently.
Yeah, bath time story hour. Do you know who? Do you guys know who Grunt Style is?
No.
It's not a channel. It's a manufacturer. They make clothing. Grunt Style. They have. Hey, I got to get this right because I don't want to mess it up. I should read these. One of these. It's Sergeant something.
Is that like some high couture, multimillionaire style clothing?
No, it's stuff that people that wear. It's clothing for people who have been bad people at some point. Let me see if I can. I don't know if they still do it. It's such a good thing though. It was Tales of something. Where is it? Please don't tell me you've gone all corporate and deleted it. Bastards. It's like bedtime stories, but they're about men who like did, things. And I'll find it. Somebody talk. You guys are. I'm.
What
talking
kind of things, Grid? What kind of things?
Well, in history, that saved countries.
Uh-huh.
There it
You
is.
said they did things. I'm
They're
just kind of
bedtime
wondering.
stories. So the name it's Violent but True Bedtime Stories with First Sergeant.
Oh, that's cool.
You guys check it out. It's awesome. Violent but True Bedtime Stories. Why am I the only one smiling?
I'm smiling.
Okay.
Kind of.
Smiling.
Made me a little weird. Made me feel a little weird.
$5 from John Smith. Arthrodea pushes her glasses up. In physics, Ma energy equivalence is the relationship between mass and energy in a system's rest frame. Friggin' nerd.
John Smith, have you been drinking again? Do we all I have on panel tonight is drunk or not panel, but in the chat tonight are drunk people? Raise your hand if you're sober.
I don't know. You've got, Anson is drunk. Joe Mobley's high on NyQuil. Sarah's taking a bath.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn is shaving his balls. I mean, the panel is completely fallen apart.
My balls already shaved. Okay, I already
shaved
them. All right. I mean, they're smooth as the baby's butt.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, Glenn.
I am not the only person who hosts D-Gen panels. All right, Grid, you are now officially.
Like, honestly, the sperm donor panel is looking tame at this point.
Right. At least they were all sober and having a respectful conversation.
Everyone was dressed and sober in that panel.
Yeah, we had a guy in a suit and suspenders. It's good.
See, like we make them pay for D-Gen hour.
Swords.
We have D-Gen story hour, and they gotta pay for that shit.
And a trophy.
John Deadman is drinking.
Mm-hmm. At least they're honest. See, I went out last night.
Mr. Boulay is huffing gold dust.
You don't.
Well, gold dust. He's high on that rich shit.
Anson is working on his prostate cancer prevention.
Oh, so he's masturbating. Got it. I know, like, if I ever meet Anson, I'm not shaking his hand.
Oh.
We're touching elbows. We're touching elbows.
Oh. How do you know the elbow's not doing
If he got his elbows to do some things, that's some weird shit.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this. Hopefully I read fast enough. So this is Violent but True Bedtime Stories from Grunt.
So you're putting us to sleep?
Yeah.
I'd like to pick up the machine guns I ordered, said Clarence. Hold on, I gotta pause it. Why is it not pausing, Rio?
Be mindful reading stuff on screen because it could still technically have a right.
Well, machine guns are fine. I talk about them all the time.
Oh, I thought you were reading us like for something from the First Sergeant thing.
Yeah, First Sergeant. Said Clarence Lee Schaefer calmly to the store clerk. The clerk was an undercover FBI agent working with Walter Walsh, who was an undercover as well.
Can you read sexier?
The clerk quickly took Clarence down and handcuffed him as Walter noticed the rest of the Brady gang starting to draw their weapons in the parking lot. Walter pulled out his 2 pistols and started to fire as he was taking bullets to the chest and arms. With blood spurting out of his wounds, Walter took careful aim and filled the gangsters with bullets. The first bad guy was dead before he hit the ground.
This
Walter
is like horrible. Can you not sound like a bad?
This is the best bedtime story ever. What are you talking
You should
about?
read it
No,
like how you would read it to children. Like have a happier voice. And then he filled the mob gangsters full of bullets.
Happy voice.
Happier. You'd be smiling in your voice.
I'm stoic. Can only get so happy. I'm sorry. I can only get.
Grandparents are putting your 4-year-old to bed and not you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's a reason why that happens.
He's reading it like he's reading Arthur Dea's statistical cardiac something.
All right. I like these stories. These are funny because
I want to like the story. I just need more pep.
Getting my chair and rope right now. Yeah. That's right. John Smith, why are you professing your love for Raging Patriot? That's weird.
Okay.
Especially since you're married with a wife that's pregnant.
Oh my.
I'm just saying, that's a little weird.
John Smith was saying some gay shit the other night. It was pretty funny.
John Smith drinks a lot.
Yeah.
He's got a pregnant wife. He forgot that Patriot has a wrench and Patriot deleted his message. See, this is what chill streams are all about. Is that his kid? Oh, ooh. All week we have been talking about mandatory paternity tests. Where do you stand on this issue, Sarah? Shut the hell up, Glenn.
I think if a father wants to do one, he should have the right to do one. I don't think the government belongs in our bedrooms. But I think if you're going to be like, I think if the father goes to, sign the birth certificate and he has any form of hesitation and wants to have a DNA test done first, then he should be able to have that done, before he signs anything. I'm not saying we should mandate it because there might be some fathers out there who maybe they had like a sperm donor, like an actual like a sperm donor, right? And they don't want that information out there. They just want everybody to presume that this child is theirs. That's a kind of an embarrassment for him as a man. So if you
had not come at it from that angle,
if you mandate that, then obviously you're going to make the man uncomfortable when that sperm or that DNA test shows he is not the father. And he's like, well, no shit, Sherlock, but I didn't want that on a fucking record. You know what I mean? Like, that's an embarrassment. That's why I say, like, certainly if he
requests tomato using foul language.
Sorry.
No, it was totally appropriate. I'm just saying it must be very serious.
Hey, Grid, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta get ready.
Okay, go get ready. Run away.
All right, man.
Do your hair up on.
I'm going to dip my balls in like shaving cream again real quick, and then just to final little touch up.
You don't dip.
All right. Peace.
That's not how that works. It's not how any of this works. Anson Knowles, $5. The government doesn't belong in the bedroom. We need to get them out of the marriage and divorce business. They're effing it up.
Bless you.
Triggered my allergy.
Yeah, and that goes back to the privacy.
Here.
That goes back to the, privacy in my own home kind of concept. And a lot of laws can be applied. And that's why, LGBTQ does have the right to do certain things, because the law says, well, we don't want to know what's going on behind your bedroom. But if you were to remove the government from, your relationship status altogether, then I guess you don't have to worry about that law anyways. It's just a matter of like medical insurance, death if they died or if they're in the hospital, whatever. But it's very, very easy to get where you a power of attorney, to where you can give that to somebody to make decisions on your behalf if you love them that much. But I think in terms of DNA testing for brand new babies, again, I think they should offer it to the father, because once you put your name on that paper as the father, like, you're gonna have to go through whirlwinds to change it.
Pardon me. Okay. Well, the argument that Glenn has, and it's a good one, is that currently a woman is able to put any name she wants down as the father. And a lot of times, men are listed as the father of a child without ever knowing it. Now, I don't know what percentage that is. It's very hard to track down, but it is what it is. And obviously, if there's ever a question as to any kind of benefits, or the woman comes after this poor fellow for neglecting them or child support or anything like that, he has to defend himself against this claim. And Glenn's position is, and this is a good position, I mean, it is a good position, is that why should the man have to spend his money to prove that he's not the father of the kid if it can be established at birth? Now, I didn't poke all the holes that I could have in the argument. For example, the woman can have a DNA test, but there's no father there, and she can still put whoever's name down on the birth certificate, as long as laws stay the same. Now, Glenn patches that slightly with saying that, well, if there's no father present, or the mother just wants to fill in whatever name she wants to, then she can't she can't just fill out any name she wants to. That basically either the father has to be there, or they have to have something in writing for her to be able to put a name down, or no name gets recorded as the father of the child. That's reasonable, I think. I don't think that's a sticking issue. I think the bigger issue is that, much as you said, there would be times where maybe the man has suspected his wife has fallen off the wagon, so to speak. Maybe she had a night out with with her friends, bridesmaids or whatever, and she may not know who's the father. Because Glenn's position, again, it's on its face, it's a really good position that you are only the woman knows who the father is. But there are cases, and usually in the case of cheating, it is exactly the case that she doesn't know who the father is. And so she's not going to go to you and say, well, this isn't your kid, because she doesn't know that it's not your kid. She doesn't know whose kid it is. So in that case, do you, in my opinion, only if the father wants to at that time. If he says, hey, I'm not really, you've been acting a little weird, I got to know, and and this may be the end of us, right?
Well, I think they should do it separately. Just the same as an obstetrician will kindly ask father to remove himself from the room, and then they ask a few other personal questions, like, because, for instance, have you had abortion or this or that, and they ask her privately because they don't know what he knows and what she's willing to put forth, right? So I think And there's plenty of opportunities after you give birth for the father to be pulled separately into another room, and asked, and all it is a check, yes or no.
Mhm.
Then they send.
That's a great alternative. I
Yeah.
thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah,
You would be surprised though that many births there is no father in the hospital with the woman. It's very commonly the woman and her mother.
Mhm.
That's the most common thing I see.
Well,
Read something.
I think if you take somebody to court and you say, this is the father of the child, I'm 100% sure, and they do a DNA test and it comes back negative, the supposed father that's being brought into court can initially file a counterclaim anyways, saying that basically, no, I'm not the father. I'm 100% sure I'm not the father. And as a counterclaim, I'd like my retainer fees paid and my expenses for coming to court paid XYZ because I am attesting to the fact that it's not, and the judge can make that decision if they find it to be agreeable. And if it does come back saying, nope, you're not the father, get out of here, young lady, who do we need to hit up next? Like figure your shit out. And so that in terms of the court, yeah, it's going to take time. Yeah, it's going to take money up front. I agree with that. But I think, even at that, the man and woman could very easily go and get their own private paternity test on their own without going to court. If a woman, if I was a dude and a woman came to me and said, hey, by the way, I had your baby, here it is, like, I would say, hey, that's kind of weird. You're just coming at me 9 months later. I like, just for my sanity purposes, I'd very much like to go and get a paternity test. And as a woman, I think that that's a reasonable thing to accommodate, you know. You don't necessarily have to. And then if it comes back, yep, you are the father, congratulations, here's your cigar. Then you both go to court civilly and figure out like what you need, what you want, and you work through whatever it is you need to do. But at least you're not like that's embarrassing. I think that that's an absolute embarrassment for a woman to take a man to court to establish paternity, when all you have to do is say, hey, look, pretty sure this is your kid.
Well, I agree with you, but I think the problem I think is that laws haven't caught up with technology, which is usually the case. And currently, and I actually and I use this as an example. I have a friend of mine, actually a friend of my wife's, who went through. He was a younger guy. He was in college. He got a master's in finance or whatever, MBA, pardon me, and all signs were this kid was going to be like, he's a smart kid, but he has this girlfriend who becomes his wife. I think she was pregnant when they got married, but if not, really soon after. They have the child. They start before the child is born. They have they had a disagreement. I guess they decided to get a divorce. I'm not really privy to all of it, but in the middle of the whole thing, she takes at some point she tells him that the child is not his. So now he's got all these questions boiling around. So, and he wants to do a DNA test, and she flees from California to Colorado. And in both of those states, he can't compel a DNA test. He has to go to court. She has to be there. The judge has to find that there's cause for there to be a DNA test.
Mm-hmm.
But first, he's got to get her in court. And so he's on the hook currently because she went before Child Services and said, hey, this guy's not paying for me to live. And they just did what Child Services does and sent him out a bill and say, hey, we're going to garnish your wages if you don't pay up. And
well, he would have to be listed on the birth certificate then if they're
he is listed on the birth certificate.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they were married at the time the child was born.
That's why there was no fight there.
Yeah. And so but during the divorce portion of the program, I don't know if they're fully divorced yet. I could be wrong about that, but during the divorce portion of the program, she told him, it's not your kid anyway. you'll never see this kid again or something. Whatever the wording was. Like, I wasn't there. I wasn't in the room. And so neither of the states that he can take her to court in. Now, he can take her to court in California. You can take her to court in Colorado. That's fine. Neither one of them will compel her to get a DNA test without something more than her just saying, well, it's not your kid anyway. Like, he has to be able to have some reason to show that, for them to compel the DNA test.
Seems kind of retarded.
It is a little retarded. And the laws need to change.
How do you show cause without being able to obtain the evidence to show cause? Like, how do you prove it's not your kid if you're not allowing the child to prove it's like that is pretty retarded.
The courts are going by, you were married, you had the child in wedlock. So, you're going to have to say, well, I think she cheated on me, or I think this. And the problem is that during the initial phase of the divorce, he never said any of that. He's like, oh, this is just, we're just not going to be together anymore. I don't know. I think it's a big mess, and he's in two of the worst states possible for it to be happening.
Well, if they're still married, did she use his health insurance to have the baby?
I'm not up on it.
Well, what I'm saying is that would be your point of access, because the insurance company, he could put forth to the insurance company saying, I believe this is fraud. She utilized my medical insurance to pay for this baby's birth. Like, they would cover her as the wife, like her needs during that labor, but all of the stuff that's done on the baby as soon as it comes, like all the baby stuff comes separate, so if the baby's not technically covered under the dependency, and if she's the one that is if she utilize, like, he can push for fraud on that. Now they would push forward for more claims, because now they have a reason to say, we need to know whose baby this is before we put forth dependency. See, that would be the angle I would take if I were in that position. But
and I don't know that they haven't settled it. I mean, I'm months maybe a year out of the loop on it. I just remember when we were talking about it the other night, I was like, I actually know a guy who is actually kind of in, or was in that situation. And I just think I just don't see how hard it is for well, first of all, my argument was, if a man wants to have the test done, he can literally walk over to the doctor and say, hey, while you're running all the other tests on my child, run a DNA test. And Glenn's rebuttal was that, well, your name would have to be on the birth certificate for the doctor to say that. And I'm like, I don't think that's true, because when I was in the hospital with my wife, I had just as much say over what was going on with that child before the birth certificate was ever brought to us as she did. And so I don't know that. Now, maybe if you're not present, then that could be true. But certainly I didn't.
He had to sign. I thought that he has to sign off on his name.
Yeah. So
in some states, the woman can just put down the name of whom she believes to be the father, even if he's not present.
I always thought,
and this is just a technicality, but
I gotta push back on this, because I filled out all of the forms. I filled out the birth certificate form. I did that. My wife didn't do that.
Yeah, she's in bed resting.
Yeah, she was passed out. She was drugged up. What are you talking about? I did that.
But
so I don't believe this argument from Glenn's perspective, except in California, 100% can believe it, because I could literally see a doctor waiting until you're basically ready to check out to even do the birth certificate. But I mean, my wife was passed out. 4 years ago, my son was born. My son was sleeping, and the doc came in and said, hey, we got some paperwork. Now a lot of the women's health stuff, obviously they just did with my wife, but all the rest of it, I did I think I did all of the insurance stuff. I did the social security number stuff. I did all of that.
Your wife's so lucky. I did all of everything.
And that's great for your situation. But like when we have a single woman come in, she can simply tell us who the father is, and she's taken at face value.
Mm-hmm.
But if the father's standing there, how does that change?
If he's standing there, then certainly, like Glenn said, he had to show ID before he signed the birth certificate to prove he was him. But at the same time, like, you're still taking both of those people's word that Glenn is the father, right? There's no DNA proof that he is unless they've actually done the paternity test.
But there isn't any proof that he isn't. And they're holding themselves out to be mother and father of the child, which obviously the mother is easy to tell, but whatever. I don't know. I believe that if a man has doubts, sure, absolutely. Ask the doctor. I think that the doctor would say, I believe that if I took the doctor aside and said, hey man, well, actually it was a woman. If I'd said, hey, it's a little embarrassing, but there might be some question if that's my kid. Help me out here. Can we do a DNA test? They would have been like, yeah, it's going to be like $300 to your bill or whatever it is. And I'll be like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's going to make it happen, Captain.
Yeah, but you don't have to fill out the birth certificate right then and there. That baby can go home as like baby Smith.
Yeah.
Without
in our case, we were in the hospital like 3 or 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
And the mother has the option to not put any father's name on the birth certificate. But Kevin L in the chat is saying he didn't have to show any ID.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm going to read this really quick. Andrew agreed with Glenn on his argument and had the debate with Glenn's panel, including Arthur Dye a couple of nights ago. He made a deeper argument for it. It was a good stream. I'll have to watch it. I disagree with Andrew on this, and that's fine.
Andrew's argument was that he feels the child has a right to know who the father is, which is a little rich for someone who doesn't believe in rights and thinks they're social constructs.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think that's a bad argument. I think that's a bad
I don't know, like, why does a kid have a claim to your DNA, to know your DNA information?
Yeah, I think I'd push back on that one because, first of all, a child look, I didn't know that I had a stepfather until I was almost 16 years old. It was just not a factor in my life. And when I did find out, I didn't care. I had a father and I knew who that was. So I think that we get wrapped around the axle on some things. And one of them is paternity. The father is the guy standing there paying the fucking bills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. And this is, and I get it. If you have not had a stepfather, or and I'm going to pick on fathers particularly. So my stepfather wasn't really ready to be a dad, but he became one anyway, and he took care of my brother and I and his son, my half brother, just the same. And he worked really hard to put food on the table and clothes on our backs, and we were poor, and I mean dirt poor, which means he worked really, really hard to not see a lot of benefit in our lives. And so as much as he wasn't ready to be a father, and he wasn't a particularly good father by word cleaver standards, he was still my dad. And so I would push back strongly against it, which is one of the reasons why I don't care about establishing paternity, because at the end of the day, whether you want to say that the man who raises another man's child is a cuck or not, because he doesn't know because his wife cheated on him, if that man steps up and is the dad, then
that's all he needs to him. Yeah, because he's going to love that child. If you told him 18 years later, he's not even going to care, because he's already spent all of those years with that.
Some men would, but I wouldn't. Some men would, and I get it. And you know what? We're all different people, but
it might be pride and ego in it, but I think you're still going to love that child just the same, because that's your baby. You raised it. I mean, to me, I look at it the same as like having a dog. Like that's not your DNA, but it still hurts if they pass away. It still hurts if they get, like you still bond to things, whether they're your DNA or not. But even at that, I would definitely say give the man the option, if he's in the hospital, pull him to the side, give him just check yes or no. But then in addition to that, I don't think women should, like, I think, yeah, she can put down a dude's name on that birth certificate all day long. But in terms of taking him to court, unless he's signed his name on that birth certificate, like agreeing that that's established, and going along with it, and unless he agreed to it already, I think in order to establish any type of child support, visitation, whatever, I think the court should mandate a paternity test if that man wasn't even present when that birth certificate was filled out.
Yeah.
Or I think that they should allow them that, like, so what? She put your fucking name down, like, big deal. Oh, like I could put down Channing Tatum as the father of my child, and like, like.
So it varies state by state. I mean, obviously, if you put a celebrity down, it's not going to be taken seriously. But in some states, the woman can simply put down the name of whom she believes to be the father, and that is taken at face value. In other states, the father
but that doesn't have any bearing on anything unless she goes to court to get child support, or if there's a divorce involved, in which case at that point the judge would in fact order her to have a paternity test done before that man pays a dime.
Yeah.
This is the problem with the whole argument about, well, the name's on the birth certificate, who cares?
Right.
It only matters if you go to court, and if you go to court, then it becomes an issue. But a judge is if a man walks in and says, I don't even know this woman, or yeah, we dated once, but that was a long time ago, I don't believe I'm the father. The very first thing out of that judge's mouth is, okay, well, everything stops. We're doing a paternity test right now.
I think before unless you've been married and you're 100% certain, like you've been married for 10, 20 years, and those children are definitely your babies, and it, they've got the twinkle in their eye or whatever the case may be. But I think that if it's like they weren't married and they like, I think that you should automatically mandate paternity test in a courtroom before pushing forward on anything else.
Yeah.
Unless he accepts it, like if he maybe he can have the option to waive the paternity testing, but I think that you should definitely make that I don't think you should just be putting child support on people just because the girl writes down his name.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that the court tries to act in the best interest of the child. And so and I know at least in Texas, this is the case because I trained there for a while. If a man has been living with a child for 2 years or longer and has been supporting the child and acting as if the child is his own, the court considers that he has established some sort of paternal relationship with the child, even if the DNA test is negative. And it kind of makes sense that now you've got this little kid that looks up to you as daddy, and to suddenly take away that support and relationship is unfair. But it also catches men who have maybe kind of begrudgingly been paying for the kid because they wanted to be with the woman, and now they're separated, and now they're
don't be stupid then.
Continuing to pay for this kid. Well, people get themselves into these situations,
right? And they deserve what they get.
Normal way, they shack up and have kids out of wedlock.
All right. So now we're absolving men of their responsibility in the name of holding women accountable. That's not going to wash. They're both fuck ups, and they both deserve the fuck up that they've created. I'm going to read these really quick. I'm going to read these really quick, and then I'm going to go to bed. It's illegal in France, would destroy the fabric of their society if it wasn't. Angry Casper, that's okay. Don't you Americans auto give it to the father if they are married, regardless of if they are separate?
It depends on the state. So like in Texas, they presume paternity if the
Did she cut out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she's on her computer, but she's got the camera and everything now. I mean, I'm kind of ambivalent about it. And I actually picked one side. I don't really care one way or the other. I could argue both sides. I just prefer to argue against Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
So on Glenn's side, look, a lot of men get deceived by women who set out purposefully to wreck lives, and deception is a way of life for them, and they're not always readily apparent. And it would have, men that are trusting of their wives and don't get a paternity test done, probably against their better judgment, are are victims in that situation. However, again, it's kind of, don't stick your dick in crazy. Right? I mean, that's just kind of,
you chose wrong.
You did not choose wisely.
Well, I think there has to be some balance here, right? Because yes, women do evil things. They'll try to use men for money and get the child support and whatever for them,
They don't
right?
try.
But if
They
you,
do it.
they do. I said, yes, they do. However, if you've ever read the book Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink, he talks about how you have to Jocko.
Yeah, I know Jocko, the SEAL, right?
The Navy SEAL, yeah. So he talks about how you have to assess the situation and figure out which parts of that situation you actually have control over. And as a man, you can choose not to deal with skanks who try to do this type of thing.
Exactly.
It's the only control you have. So, like, as a woman, I ought to be able to leave my door open and go walking down the street at 2 a.m. And I ought to be safe to do that. But the reality is it's high risk to do that. And so I don't, because that is the part I can control.
Sure.
And the man has to approach this as the same thing.
You're going to make my point here for me. You're going to make my entire argument.
Who will try to abuse the system.
My entire argument is that men, look, if you marry someone that you think even has a potential for cheating, then you get what you get. Right? That's why, and look, I'm going to say that I'm going to be I'm going to be a dick about this. My wife is awesome. I've never had a moment's doubt. My kids are my own. I chose wisely. So I waited, and I made sure, I guess. But at the same time, I turned down a bunch of really sketchy bitches. I mean, why would you do that? If you do stupid things, expect stupid results.
Oh, I mean, like I never thought my husband would have ever cheated on me ever. Like
Your husband cheated on you?
Oh, that's why I'm divorced. I mean, again,
how old are you? I'm sorry, I don't, and you don't have to give me an exact number. You can give me the ballpark or whatever.
What was the question?
How old are you?
Oh, 37.
37. Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, I was with him for almost 10 years, and I didn't find out until right around like hardcore find out in my face, kind of find out until about it was, I think, around the first year. And come to find out he had been doing this all along. And I just never thought he had the one reason why I really loved marrying him in the beginning was because I was like, he will be the last person that would ever hurt me. He would never hurt me. Like, that's why I felt so safe with him. So like just vulnerable. And I loved I just loved that about him. Like, I just felt so doggone safe. Like, he'll never hurt me, whether it's emotionally, mentally, physically, whatever. And it was completely a total blatant lie. Like, there was a whole nother person that I just never knew existed until, like, it was almost like he was living like a double life. Just a completely different person. So you can say, don't be with crazy, or, know what you're getting into. But there are also a lot of people that are very capable of putting on a facade. And I knew him for over 6 years before we even started dating. Wow. Like, so it's not like I didn't know him. I knew this man, so like, there was just no, I was hit, blindly in the face with it. So I will give some credit out there for people who change, like, or maybe not necessarily change, but turn into like you discover there's a whole nother person, and that is very possible. And then that part hurts because then you feel stupid, blind.
But okay, I can go with that.
Mm-hmm.
But how would that have if
Well, you were saying like if a man
timeline wise, how would you? Well, first of all, the paternity test would have been irrelevant because he's the one that did the cheating, and you knew that he was.
No. You were talking about men who marry women and like
yeah,
like,
I said if you're both sketch, you're both. I mean, then
right,
right? Like
right.
I know just as many dudes that are just as sketchy as broads. I'm telling
right.
you.
But what I'm saying is that yeah, and I'm just using my example. Like you can flip it in terms of the male female perspective.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Choose wisely, and Sarah's saying I chose as wisely as I possibly could, and look what happened. Which is why I get ragged on because I say you should have a prenup, and if you're a young woman, you should be able to support yourself if the man takes off on you. But this is why, because you can be a completely good faith person who is choosing as wisely as humanly possible. And part of that is dependent on the other person. You can't control the other person. And things like this happen where someone is just develops a bad streak or a streak you didn't know about, or there's another side to them that you could not see as careful as you thought you were being. And it creates bad situations for people. And so you always have to protect yourself with the knowledge that has a small % chance of happening, no matter how careful
really
you
bad
are.
Conversation I have as I'm trying to go to bed, but
sorry,
it's all right. Angel Berber, a lot of people don't marry someone believing their spouse has an intent to cheat on them, and it still happens. That's why choose better is a poor argument. There are better arguments to make. Yeah, there's a lot of better arguments to make, but I'm going to always come down to choose better. And the second thing is, sure, literally everyone has a potential to cheat. Literally everyone.
Yeah.
And I guess I don't know how I want to say that. I mean, I'm really not trying to have a 4-hour long conversation. Anyone can and will cheat. Literally, anyone will cheat. I mean,
I think if you create the right set of conditions, you could probably persuade anyone to cheat. Which is why, like for myself, I won't do things like have lunch one-on-one with another man because any type of thing like that can set up the potential for it, I stay far away from.
Yeah, I think so. I'm in that boat. So I guess where I'm at with this is I don't like things that wouldn't make a difference anyway. So if you say, well, I chose as well as I could, and my husband still cheated, that's a terrible thing. And people do change, and I get that. Marriage is work. It's not something that you just do and just show up every day. But and I'm sure you did great, Sarah. You just seem like a reasonable person. So I'm absolutely not gonna disparage you in any way on this. However, what I will say is, especially for women, I feel like that I have to choose my words carefully because I'm gonna just anger everybody. I think all women have a higher capacity for cheating than most men expect them to have. I think men inherently want to trust women and be like, oh yeah, no, she's my little angel. She's going to be awesome. And that's maybe not necessarily the truth. But there are always signs. If your wife is going out with the girls 3 nights a week, she's going to cheat on you. If your wife is going out shopping all the time with 1 or 2 little friends that are single, she's going to cheat on you. because single people do single people things, and married people don't belong with single people pretty much at all. So, if I'm not saying that this happens in men's daily lives, but most of the men I know that have had somebody that's cheated on them have had some very common threads that have run through it. Now, I will also say, I will grant that definitely you will see women that have cheated on a one-off drunk. And I use this example a lot. Bridesmaid party, drunk as a skunk, did something stupid. Or what's another one? I don't know. I'm not a woman.
Or like the emotional flings.
Yeah, the emotional flings to work husbands where they, have the one night where he just catches her in the right intersectionality of emotion and horniness and feeling neglected by the husband, and then bang, next thing you know, they're in bed. And then she hates it, and then whatever, I've read the story. I've read some books here and there. So the potential is always there. So the idea that you're going to negate the potential in my choose wisely scenario, you can never negate risk. We can't do that. But we can, as humans, assess that risk, as Jocko recommends, on a daily basis. My wife doesn't hang out with single people at all. She actually, I think at this point, she gets weirded out by single people and thinks they're strange. And even the married people she hangs out with are all happily married. She doesn't hang out with friends that are having marital problems. She has one friend that was just recently divorced, and she's just the saddest lady ever. So we're
the one you got the argument with in Vegas or whatever.
Yes. Yes, but you know what? I changed her worldview, and she was like, she actually told my wife, she's like, I actually started thinking about what he said, and he's kind of right. I was like, winner. She's actually a really nice lady. She's just really old, and she's just not. She's just she's facing a reality that's not pleasant, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. I think the potential and the risk is always there, but you can always mitigate that risk by, working towards your relationship every day. I mean, with my instance, it was already happening. I never, from the beginning, I just never knew. But I think you can, you can help prevent, you too can prevent forest fires.
That's right. The forest fires between your wife's legs.
Exactly. And, I think that's where it's an important piece of a relationship, is always working towards keeping it together. Going to church, having godly marriage is very important, I believe. And learning that it's not always about being right. Sometimes you have to love the person more than you love your argument.
I don't know. So I have this whole theory that one of the biggest reasons my marriage has worked is I've never gone to bed angry at my wife, and my wife has never gone to bed angry at me, and we've never slept apart angry. So I've never spent a night on a couch. I've never kicked her out and made her go to the upstairs bedroom or anything like that. And I never would, because I think that once you do that, it breaks down a bond. And once you start breaking down a bond, it's a bad idea. And I don't care if I had to stay up till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna resolve this,
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna have sex on the front porch, bent over the railing. Just saying.
Actually, to me, going to bed angry.
Yeah, don't go to bed angry.
But what I'm saying is, even if you're mad about something and it's very obvious, and you've talked about it throughout the day or whatever, and you're just irritated, you go to bed and you're laying there, as long as you don't kick him out of your bed, like you're gonna make up before dawn. And
Right.
all because she's like the girl's gonna tuck her little booty in and snuggle up, and he's gonna feel that, and then next thing you get it on,
Right.
and
You've
all
got
is
it. You
forgiven.
understand.
Oh
I
yeah,
understand.
that's the best kind, anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm okay with going to bed angry so long as you're gonna be in the bed with me, because
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah,
forgive each other.
and I think that's a real thing. I think it's when people storm out, men go to hotels, women kick their husband out
Well,
because
that's when you give up on the conversation, right? And showing that sense of giving up on that shows that you're giving up on trying to establish. Now, I do believe that some people do actually need space. Sometimes, like I get to a point with arguing with people. I'm like, look, I need time away from this so that I can digest, and I would rather take my time to digest this in my head, so that I don't say anything that I would regret later. And I think asking for that space is respectable, and it should be respect. It's when people disrespect it and they keep bothering you or whatever that.
well, I think needing space is something that's different, because that's so anytime I've needed space where I needed to like go away,
Mhm.
um, I knew that like for a couple of days.
Mhm.
We're not going to bed angry at that point. I'm going to bed and I'm not able to sleep, and I'm thinking, man, there's something really bugging me. Same. I don't think my wife has ever been there either. She has. Now, I obviously I don't know that she would tell me, because I'm not her.
Mhm.
But you know, even like if we have like I could take her to the airport to, like, if she flies up to New York before I do, I take her to the airport and drop her off. If we have even just an argument on the way to the airport about the kids' schedules or something, by the time before she gets on the plane, we'll have talked and sorted it out, at least enough so that we're not angry apart from each other.
Mhm.
But there's been several times where I'm like, I just need to get away from everyone for like
Mhm.
2 or 3 days. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna take all my crap and I'm gonna go up in the woods and I'm gonna do stupid man stuff.
Mhm.
She'd be like, hey, I want to, she'll be like, hey, I'm gonna go with her friend Lynn or whoever, and we're all gonna go out and we're gonna have a girls' day. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, because they're all married and they're all in great, all in good relationships. And it's interesting because having watched them for the past 20 years, anytime I think they've only had one person get divorced, and it was very clear that that person was going to get divorced.
Mhm.
And you could watch the separation
Aw.
from the herd, because these married women value their marriages and they're married, and what do you have to talk about with a single person, right?
Yeah, it's weird being like, when I was married, it was weird having single friends, and then now that I'm single, it's weird having married friends, because like, I mean, one of my friends, she always gets like a Friday night to go, hang out, have dinner with me, get a drink, whatever, if that's
Sure.
what we do. But she's married, like very happy, and they've been married for a long time. But that's like, you know, that's that's her day, and it's not like she's out dancing on tabletops either on a Friday night. Like, we're talking like happy hour. You know?
Right, yeah.
So, it's just her time to get away from the kids, get away from the hubby, like, and just have her time,
Yeah,
with
sure.
me or any of her girlfriends. And I think that that's respect. I think everybody should have their own individual things that they do, but I think it is stop, Nix. It is, you have to be mindful, like, what you do as a married person versus what you do as a single person, because the behavior is very different, the intentions are very different,
Yeah.
And it's like, I agree. Like, when I was married, it was hard hanging out with one of my single friends, because it was like, well, if we're gonna go out, like, I don't want us to be hit on.
Yeah, you're not going out to shake your booty on a dance floor, right?
Right, but you know, and it does get to some weird spots, and what you do during that timeout is different as well.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's really strange. I think it's a really interesting dynamic. And I've watched this for years, even before I was married. I used to, and I used to say that, and I guess I can still. It was interesting. I got out of college and I went right to work. I almost got married in college. And once I didn't, I just decided I wasn't going to get married. Everything was going to be cool. And I just moved on.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't date seriously again until I was 35. I had no time for women that wanted to get married, but single women, especially when they travel in packs, are just crazy. And we all know that. But it's when one of them gets married, it's interesting how much the other women
all get married after that.
either all get married after that, or they all hate that person.
Yeah. Well, and that's just the same as having kids. Like once you start pumping babies out, your friend groups disappear. Yeah. You can't go out because you have a brand new.
You don't have anything left to talk to them about.
Well, and they're supportive. They come over, support the babies, whatever. But they can't call you on a Friday night and be like, bro, let's go hit the bars. You can't, because you're like, I'm home with a brand new
baby. You're off that list.
Yeah. And then by the time a full year has passed, when you're actually comfortable, especially as a new parent, you're comfortable going out, and daddy's staying home with the baby or whatever. Then by then they've already replaced you with another new friend.
Yeah. And it's, but anyway, so, so I believe that anybody can and will cheat. Given the right set of circumstances, I believe that anybody would, or could devolve enough to do that. Right. Like it may, it may take months, right. Before that evolution has changed. But other than that, I think it's, I don't know. I think it's an interesting dynamic. I think the whole paternity thing it was kind of weird to me, or it is kind of weird to me, because if a man wants to know, he can. If he's present at birth, he can know. If he's not present at birth, you can't match him you can't match his DNA anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the whole argument about, if the father isn't there, she can just write in a name. Okay, but you can't take the father's DNA if he's not there. So it's a moot point to me. I hate to pull that card out because I was saving that for Glenn, but it's okay. He's not watching.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's I think that people just forget that people are stupid, and we all like to act like we're all smart people, but we're not. We're really not very smart. I'm not particularly smart. I say that all the time, but people don't believe me.
I'm not either. It's okay. We can be unsmart together.
Yeah, I learn a lot of new stuff every day. I used to think when I was younger, I used to be pretty prideful and arrogant, actually, really arrogant. And then I realized I didn't know what I didn't know, so I had to learn. I had to learn the hard way. I have to learn everything the hard way. So it is what it is, guys. I'm going to send you because I know I've put everybody to sleep now. I am going to send everybody over to Glenn's stream, where he will be gloating, partying, raging all night. It's going to be a kegger of the century, because he is taking his victory lap. And you're going to talk about Patriot Barbie. When was I younger? There were dinosaurs. Don't worry about it.
Dinosaurs.
Don't make
fun of me. About Patriot Barbie.
You're going to be talking about Patriot Barbie over there. She's gone on the Hodge Brothers and slammed whatever, and Andrew, and they're horrible people, especially Andrew. Andrew is horrible, because he told the truth. Whatever. Anyway, you guys.
Months ago, that's ridiculous. She's still.
I know, right? Oh, and the picture that picture she wanted used for her headshot or whatever. being generous is a like serious overstatement, like understatement. It is literally like she doesn't look like that in 20 years. And it was pre all the drug addicts and or all the drug addictions that she's had. And it is fake news. The picture is fake news.
That's sad.
So it's been a great chill stream. I haven't had to raise my voice all night. I have had laughs. It's been awesome.
Great
didn't really have the numbers that I like to have on a Saturday night, but that is perfectly fine because we were chilling. I should not be on the internet tomorrow, although I might break my no internet rule and watch Andrew destroy undead chronic guy, whatever. And because, watching Andrew destroy hopes and dreams is a hobby of mine. And, other than that, I'll be back Monday afternoon with the day shift. And the day shift Monday, we're going to try and avoid talking about the election, and we're going to talk about all of the natural disasters, all of the things in the world that we should, as a modern society, be able to handle and deal with, and we are not. We are failing. We did better 50 years ago than we are doing today. And we need to fix that. We have serious disconnects in how we help people, and we need to talk about it. And we're gonna deal with it on Monday. You guys have? I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize. I was saying that sounds like a really good topic.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it should be because in my state, Tennessee. So on one side of the state, there's not really a problem, or one side of the line, there's not really a problem. On the other side of the line, which is I think Tennessee versus Virginia, it's just decimated. And so FEMA has actually been preventing help to North Carolina and Virginia, which is horrible. So we're going to get into all of that on Monday. Tomorrow, I am going to go pull the boat out of the water for the year, I think. And actually, I'm going to take my fishing boat to the lake. I'm going to go fishing, and then I'm going to pull the other boat out of the water and leave the fishing boat. We're going to do some boat stuff and do a lot of boating stuff, and do some other things too. Play with airplanes. I don't know, but tomorrow's my day off, so you guys won't see me. If you do,
you might also want to touch on the insurance costs going through the roof in a lot of states.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of aspects of it. The insurance cost, what FEMA is doing and what they're not doing, and what they say they're doing, and it's a mess. Kevin is right there. He is on. He's on the border. He is, but that stuff's basically in his front lawn, in his front yard. I'm surprised he hasn't told him to go away. Anyway, guys, you do have to get off my lawn. You don't have to go away mad, but you do have to go away. And I want you to have a great rest of your weekend and enjoy your life. Oh, and wear glasses if you need them.
If you marry somebody and neither one of you have anything and you build $300 million together, you deserve half. But Johnny was $300 million in when they met, and I'm quite sure she knew. And Johnny, hey, I'm Johnny. She was like, I know who you are, motherfucker. And they got married, broke up, shit didn't work out, and then he had to give $150 million of his money. And don't get me wrong, ladies, I know a lot of housewives sitting out there going, well, you can't put a price on what I do. But ladies, if you marry a man with $300 million, you ain't no regular housewife. You ain't got to clean the house no more. You get a maid. You ain't cleaning shit. You married a man with $300 million, you ain't cooking no more, you eating out. You married a man with $300 million, you know how a lot of housewives got to get jobs on the side to help make ends meet? He got $300 million, the ends are meeting like a motherfucker. What you gonna do, get a job at a boutique on the weekends and shit? Say, here, Johnny, I made $70, put that with the rest. Now we have $300 million and $70, because I want to do my share. No, all you have to do, you marry a man with $300 million, is fuck your husband. That's it, that's your job. Fuck your husband, that's it. That's just fuck your husband. You fill out a W-2. They say, what you do? You say, I fuck my husband. That's it. And I've had my share of pussy. I have yet. Even if the pussy was great and sparks shot out the woman's ass and cannons bled and the mountains crumbled and the seas roared, no pussy is worth $150 million. No pussy. So be careful. Don't get caught in the trap. Any woman can get any man she wants. If she puts her mind and pussy to it, they can have you. Because they have figured us out. We're very easy creatures.